higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? It's a new
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, shortly we shall begin. Today's event will be translated in 3 official languages of the continent: Arabic on Channel 1, English on Channel 2, and French on Channel 3. Please do ensure that you have a translation device so that it will aid in translation. The devices at the back, so please obtain one. And when you do, please take note of the channels. For Arabic, it's Channel 1. For English, it's Channel 2, and for French, it's Channel 3. Thank you very much. Once again, today's event will be translated in 3 official languages of the continent: Arabic on Channel 1, English on Channel 2, and French on Channel 3. Please ensure that you have a translation device to make that easy. Additionally, we plead with one and all to please place your phones on silent to avoid any interference in the course of the event. If you wish to use the restroom, please make your way outside, and to our right, the ushers will guide you to the respective restrooms. We have water and tea to keep you hydrated and refreshed in the course of this short event. Any other thing we can do to make your stay here warm and special? My name is Jerry Ajololo, and on behalf of AFG, I am yours to command. We begin in the name of God Almighty, the giver of life and of every good thing, asking for his blessings to be our portion from now until the end of this event. And all who believe in the one true God as the Father of all shall say a big amen. If your voice is yours, let me hear you say, "Et tout devient possible." I'm only hearing my brothers from La Côte d'Ivoire. I want the whole of Africa to say it. "Et tout devient possible." Put your hands together for yourselves. And it's on this note of possibility that I welcome you all, hopeful Africans who are thrust with the burden of building a sustainable future for our continent through trade and industry. My name is Jerry Ajololo. I'm a proud African, and La Côte d'Ivoire is my second home. And on behalf of yours and mine, the Atlantic Group Financial Holdings, hereinafter AFG, we stand tall as a powerhouse for finance in Africa through insurance, through banking, and inclusive finance. Let me say a very good morning to you all, excellencies, our clients, our partners, our potential clients, our investors, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this great day where we get to show you the jewel in our crown, which is the AFB Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, AFG Bank. For many years, what we've done is to show our expertise in all the markets that we've been operating in Africa. We've shown innovation, we've shown long-term partnership, but most importantly, we've shown customer centricity. Our focus has been on you. Today gives us a fine opportunity for us to tell you what we intend to do for the continent by way of catalyzing international trade. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to understand our mission, you get to understand our vision, our promise to you, and at the end of the day, you'll get to agree that we are well positioned to catalyze trade in Africa. Once again, et tout devient possible. We say it together? Accord. This morning, we're thrilled to have in our midst our very own, who is the ambassador of La Côte d'Ivoire to Egypt. With great solidarity, he joins us. We make welcome His Excellency Dole Albert. Please, a round of applause. Excellence, bienvenue. And so today's event is a very engaging one. We shall begin with some preliminary remarks which will set the tone for a discussion between you, our audience, and us at AFG. To welcome us is a man who has served with distinction in Africa, in various markets, in banking and finance. Today, thanks to God, he joins us as the Managing Director of the AFG Holdings. Would you please make welcome here to share with us the vision, the mission, and our indomitable presence in Africa, our very own Monsieur Sionle Yo.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire to Egypt, Excellency Dole, President Jean-Louis Ekra, former President of AfCFTA Bank, now Vice President of the Council Committee for the IATF. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, we welcome to you to this morning event. Thank you for attending the AFG, the Atlantic Financial Group event. Thank you and welcome. Indeed, as an experimenting and key momentum, we are now living. We are experimenting a key momentum to build a stronger Africa through more integrated economies and more intra-African trade. This is the dream of the founders of the African Union, as we know, and it is being implemented through the ambitious continental framework set by the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Indeed, AfCFTA Bank, together with other continental multilateral financial institutions, acts as a cornerstone of this ongoing construction of an economically much stronger Africa. And we, Atlantic Financial Group, and AFG Holding, its financial arm, as a Pan-African diversified financial player, and more broadly, our mother company, Atlantic Group, we extend our infinite gratitude to AfCFTA Bank for giving us the opportunity to be part of this historical move through attending the Intra-African Trade Fair. We thank you all for attending this morning event, and I'm going to introduce the group, our activities, as Jerry already said, and then I will leave the room to Mr. Karim Kone, the Deputy Managing Director of AFG Holding, in charge of the business development of a banking pole. And then we will be honored to have a word of my friend, Dr. Fadiga, who is present. I didn't mention him, but it is time now to thank him very much for being with us this morning. He is the Managing Director of Côte d'Ivoire Export, which is the export agency of our nation, and he will be honoring us to intervene here and give some words on what the Côte d'Ivoire Export Agency is doing and bringing to the expansion of the trade of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, MD, to being with us this morning. And then, beside Karim Kone, Mr. Léon Nana, who is the Chief of Department, Head of Department in charge of Global Transaction Banking in our group, will come with some expertise to be shared with you on how we build up our trade finance setup inside AFG. So AFG, as a catalyst for international trade in Africa, this is the theme of our presentation this morning before we start or we give floor to discussions with you, esteemed attendees this morning. So very quickly, Atlantic Group and AFG Holding, its financial arm, we will be introducing to you, and the international trade in Africa, some words on it, then AFG Holding Solutions for Trade in Africa. So I will not insist on myself, of course. So briefly, so who is Atlantic Holding and what is Atlantic Group and who is Atlantic Holding? Then to be brief, I would say we are a Pan-African diversified group. Why diversified? Because we are both in industry, we have an industrial arm, and we are also in finance through our financial arm. Our group was founded by an Ivorian entrepreneur, Mr. Dosongui Kone, who started in the late 70s, 1978 to be more precise, when he had the opportunity to take over the local branch in Côte d'Ivoire of a French bank called Crédit Industriel et Commercial. So Mr. Dosongui, who is in fact an agronome by education and by profession, started with the taking over of this bank in Côte d'Ivoire, started or entered the financial industry in Côte d'Ivoire very, very soon. So Mr. Kone, as he was able to restructure and make profitable that bank that was suffering at that time in Côte d'Ivoire, he then went further by creating banks, more banks in Western Africa. So he was able, from Banque Atlantique in Côte d'Ivoire, he was able to start banks across Western Africa, the Western African Monetary Zone, UME zone, was able to create 6 new banks in Senegal, in Burkina, in Mali, in Benin, Togo, in Niger, so being added to the one in Côte d'Ivoire. And it worked so well that in 2012, he entered into a partnership with the Moroccan group that is called BCP, Banque Centrale Populaire, through 50% shareholding in a holding called ABI, Atlantic Business International. And this partnership also worked very well at a point that in 2020, when Mr. Kone Dosongi had the opportunity to buy new banks, as BNP was withdrawing from some African countries, Mr. Dosongi had the opportunity to take over the affiliates in Mali, in Gabon, in the Comoros. So then he withdrew from the partnership with BCP. He left to them the Banque Atlantique in the 7 countries, as we discussed earlier, and then he put all his strength in building a new banking group through AFG Holding, starting with these 3 banks taken over from BNP and adding to them the bank he had kept in Cameroon, Banque Atlantique Cameroon. And since in 2023, Mr. Dosongi and his team started a new bank in Côte d'Ivoire and a new bank also in Madagascar. And last year, we started acquiring the Société Générale subsidiary in Guinea-Conakry. This process was completed just last month. So now, our group has 7 banks in 7 banks in these countries I described earlier. So in Western Africa, Mali and Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea-Conakry, in Central Africa, Cameroon and Gabon, and in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar and the Comoros. And beside these 7 banks, commercial banks, we also created 2 investment banks, one based in Douala, covering the CEMAC zone, and the second one created a year and a half ago in Mauritius, that is AFG Capital Mauritius, because we wanted to take benefit from this international position of the financial hub that Mauritius represents, to be able to, let's say, raise funds and also syndicate big transactions, complex transactions, to the benefits of our customers in Africa, using this international place that is Mauritius. So 7 commercial banks, 2 investment banks, and besides, as our ambition is to be a comprehensive financial player, an inclusive financial player, we went beyond the banking activity into the insurance business, and our group was able to create 7 insurance companies across Africa. And just 2 years ago, we were also able, because we believe that you cannot be dealing only with corporates. You must go beyond corporate, and individual must go beyond, as African economy is, let's say, much informal. We needed to go through the microfinance activity to get more people included in our financial strategy. So we were able to take over 5 microfinance institutions from a German-based company called Access Holding that gave us the opportunity to enter Anglophone Africa, from Western Africa with 1 microfinance in Liberia, another one in Nigeria, to Madagascar in the Indian Ocean, and going through Eastern Africa with Rwanda and Southern Africa with Zambia. So now we are present through these 3 activities: banking, insurance, and microfinance. We are present in 13 countries across Africa and all zones through across Sub-Saharan Africa, Western Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa, East Africa and Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean. So this is to show you how we position ourselves as a global player in Africa, a Pan-African player, able to deal with financial inclusion, able to support the development of the trade in Africa. This is why we believe that we are at the right place here, at the right moment, beside AfCFTA Bank, but we thank again very much for convening us to this event, and we believe for our customers, for our countries, for Africa, we are contributing at building this trade development, intra-African trade development story. So just a few words on what we've been able to achieve so far, as we've been able to grow very fast our setups, our banks in the countries we operate. In Cameroon, we've been able to become the third bank in Cameroon, whereas we started with a thriving bank that was really in a very bad shape when we took it over in 2009. Now it's the third bank in Cameroon. In Gabon, we have a second bank. In Mali, we are doing very well. In Côte d'Ivoire, where we took over a public bank, the Banque Populaire de Côte d'Ivoire, we've been able to restructure this bank and make it profitable in just 1 year. And in Madagascar, we are also doing well. And our ambition is to continue this growth, to enable to grow our capacity to support the economies in Africa. So I would like, before giving the floor to Dr. Fadiga, Managing Director of Côte d'Ivoire Export, I would like to thank you very much for being with us this morning. I would like to restate to you our commitment as a Pan-African group, as an international group, our commitment to support the development of our country, to support the development of financial inclusion in Africa through our banking or financial arm, as I described, and knowing that our group is also, as I said, an industrial group, as we act also in cement production in Côte d'Ivoire, in Cameroon, as we act also in cocoa transformation in Côte d'Ivoire, in Cameroon, and as we are continuing to grow also this industrial arm in Madagascar. We are building a cement factory, and in Mali also we have a project. So we are growing this industrial arm because our founder is an entrepreneur. Our founder and the team around him are convinced that African development will be based on our ability to transform our raw materials. So far as we will not be able to transform our real materials, we will not be able to increase significantly the intra-trade, the African intra-trade, because today raw materials are exported for them before they come back to Africa as finished products. So we are working both on industrializing Africa as an operator ourselves, and also supporting, financing industrialization of Africa through our customers as we act as a Pan-African financial institution. Our ambition is to contribute to the development, the growth of the new African champions, because the industrialization of Africa, the growth of Africa, intra-Africa trade will be based on what our local regional champions will be able to deliver. They need our support. They need the support of an inclusive financial institution as AFG, and this is what we are doing. Thank you very much. So a word from Dr. Fadiga before I hand over to Karim, please. Oh, sorry. This is what I said yesterday. So please, an applause to Dr. Fatiga. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley Yeo, Mr. Chief Executive of AFG Bank. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's for me a pleasure to be here this morning and to have this small address to you. I would like first to acknowledge the presence of our Excellency, the Ambassador Dole, from Côte d'Ivoire to Egypt, and dear Excellencies, Vice President and President, dear Executive Directors of AFG Bank, in your grade and qualities, distinguished participant, dear colleague from the export industries. I would like first to thank very much Mr. Yeo, the Chief Executive Officer of the AFG Holding, for inviting me to speak today on the challenges and opportunities that are inherent to the trade, international trade sectors. In fact, as you mentioned, I'm the General Manager of the Côte d'Ivoire Export Promotion Agency, and I've been in this business for more than 10 years. My former position was the General Manager of the Côte d'Ivoire Foreign Trade, and we've been handling as a foreign trade financing aspect of about 37 billion in total in export and import. And the export is about 20 billion US dollars every year. So that's to tell you how this activities is very, very lucrative for the country and very important to us. And the business we are dealing with here, the AfCFTA, is very, very important for African futures and the development of our continent. So basically, in my current position and the former position, I witness daily the challenges, like I said, and opportunities also that characterize our continent, and mainly those are related to the actors in the export, import, and the entrepreneurs that want to conquer foreign market. And now, with the opportunity that we have, is the African continent international trade, Intra-African trade. And the legitimate expectation from the actors toward the banks are that the position, if you want to position yourself as the catalyst in that sector and our economic development principal actor, there are some expectation that we, as a trade actors, we expect from you. And you know, a few years back, when we made a exhaustive study of what are the constraints of the foreign trade aspect, we basically identify 5 main points that all these different specific issues can be grouped into. One of the first one was the information and promotion aspect. The information, you know, one of the main constraints and challenges, also opportunity, is how we bring the opportunity information to the actors all across the continent. I know as a seller that there's a buyer here in another part of the continent. How the information flow fluidly and throughout the continent, how we access those information. So an information access is not easy, not only among actors, but also the information to access a specific market, from a market from Côte d'Ivoire to a market from Kenya, for example. We need to know what are the requirements for that market. So the requirement issues also are not clear. Good morning, President. I didn't see you, sorry. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. So beyond those information and promotion aspects, the second point that we identified was the logistics, how we make the transportation to link point A to point B on the continent fluidly in a timely manner and a cost efficiency manner. So that was the second one. The third one that we identified was the quality, how we get the quality and the specification and the packaging constraint done properly so that we can keep the quality as long as possible through the shipment and through the life shelf of you can lengthen the life shelf of the goods that we're shipping across the continent. So that goes also with the specification, meaning the expectation of the customer that is buying those goods. So the fourth one was the capacity building, how the actors get to know very well what is expected from them, how to efficiently fill all the document and the information that's required so that the process doesn't get delayed by lack of the right information and also by the right process that needs to be done to fulfill the requirement. And the fourth one was the financing aspect. That's what we are talking about here. The financing aspect is not just the financial, but also how do we ensure the process of sending the goods? How we make sure that the good that's been shipped will be paid for? How we leverage on the fluctuation of the currencies, the many currencies among us, and how we do this in a timely manner so there's no delays. So based on that, for the point that we are addressing today, and one of the main actors here is the AFG group, that the CEO just mentioned, not only in financing the insurance aspect, but also they are actor of processing goods like cocoa processing, for example. So they will need to ship that as well. So it's a group here that have a specific a particularity that's that they are also actor in that field, so they can better understand really what we are all living every day, what our reality every day, and they can adapt to it, they can understand it, and they can find a solution for us. And that's where I'm expecting here. So now I would like to talk about 4 different points that we will, as an actor, expect you to find a better solution for the SMEs, especially the SMEs that are acting in the trade sector. You know, the SMEs are the largest part of our economic tissues. They are about 90% of the African economic fabrics, and we expect that your services get really accessible to the SMEs, to us. So eligibility criteria need to be adapted to the reality of the SMEs and the reality of our continent. We need also a flexible guarantee. You know, the guarantee that goes through all this need to be flexible, and most important is that they don't have to freeze the cash flow that's already scarce for the SMEs. So if the guarantee need to have all these small cash flow we already have frozen in the bank, then that's also not very optimal for the efficiency of the SMEs. So we also need to understand, you as a bank, as an actor, to be understand the local specific realities of the SMEs. And we, as a trade promotion agency, we are here to help with that because we live this every day, so we can convey that to you across all the different sectors. So also the financial product that you have need to be designed really for the SMEs. So we need to go from the standard product that's all over the world to switch towards specific product that solve our problem really on the ground. And for this, one of the first possibilities is to go on innovation, because as you're creating specific product for the SMEs, you need to also take into account the innovation part or the digitalization, because the mobility banking, on the continent, most people are connected on the mobile phone. So the mobile banking system need to be developed. We expect you from that. And this platform need to be intuitive, to be really to be transaction easy for the users. And those transactions need to be fast and secured. So security aspect is also a concern for the actors. And one of the points that's important that I mentioned before is for us, for you, to not just be a service providers, but to also be beyond the financing aspect, to move to, like you're already doing, you are in insurance, but you need to go beyond that to be a genuine support for the SMEs on their daily activities. So they suppose us to go through knowing the target market that your SMEs are looking for, and also advice on the risk management that you know about, the risks of banking, the risk of financial fluctuation on the rate, all these, the leveraging tools that you have, and the insurance to make sure that the payment have been done, like I mentioned before. All this need to be taken into account for the support that you provide, specifically to the SMEs and the actors. And all this need to be done on the speedy way. Efficiency also need to go through a responsive and have a simplified and transparent process that is traceable. Need to be traceable and need to be secure. So, and also we need something that's 24/7 availability. That's one of the requirement, expectation from you. So basically, what that being said is that, the those expectations that I mentioned, innovation, expertise and support, the speed and efficiency, and also the accessibility to the financial platform of the financial product that you have. All these 4 points basically are legitimate expectation from the SMEs, and we think that you can do it as the AFG Bank. If you position yourself as a catalyst for the international trade in Africa, as the unique opportunities that you have here is to redefine the banking client relationship. It's no longer just about offering financial products, but also building an ecosystem that fosters emergence of African champion on the world stage. And I think we understand that very well. That we're saying the same thing right now. And I'm very glad that CEO Yeo just mentioned that. We need championship. We need to breed up those champions, to follow them, to groom them, to grow with them. Because now we got to see the thing as a shared growth. As the bank grows, the SMEs grows, and also the capacity of support of agency like Cote d'Ivoire Export Promotion Agency, also our capacity grows. For this, we need to invest on training our teams. So the training and information aspect is extremely important, as I mentioned before. And we also need to develop partnership, institutional partnership. That's, I think we understand each other. From here, we'll work on that. and see what we can provide together to the SMEs and the efficient solution. So basically, I will not be that long. I would like to finish by saying that we are in a turning point of our economic history. That's being said enough. And we have the resources, we have the talent. I think we also have the vision. We know what to do. And sometimes we lack financial system that believe in our potential, especially those of FSMEs, and the companies in our ambition. So AFG Bank has the opportunity to become more than a bank, to become the privileged partner of Africa's economic transformation. The expectations are clear, the needs are identified, the solution exists. And it's up to us to transform these opportunities and expectations into shared success. So I thank you for your attention, and I believe, as our MC mentioned before, et tout devient possible. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And it's certainly possible from the bank and the group, which certainly operates in 13 markets with 500 plus service points, 3 core business lines, 20 nationalities, employing 2,400 people, and ladies and gentlemen, serving over 500,000 clients. Put your hands together for the AFG Bank and the AFG Group. Many thanks to you, Dr. Kalaji Fadiga. You are the MD, Cote d'Ivoire Export Agency, and you speak so passionately because you are the IATF ambassador too. Thank you very much. How many of us are bankers? Please raise your hands. Okay. How many of us are exporters? How many of us are in trade generally? How many of us are in industry, manufacturing? Okay, nice one. How many of us come from civil society and regulators? Academia? Okay. So the reason I ask all this is because what Dr. Fadiga has done is to share the general expectations across various sectors. What we want to do now is to walk you through, ladies and gentlemen, our transactional banking and cash management solutions. What we're going to see is a presentation that will show you our pitch of various solutions and strategic offers. There's only one man who is very qualified to do that. Please lend him all your attention. I give to you our Deputy MD in charge of Business Development, Banking Division, Mr. Karim Kone.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say hello to His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency, Mr. Jean-Louis Ekwa, former President of AfCFTA Bank, dear CEOs, dear esteemed attendees. My name is Karim Kone. I am Deputy CEO of AFG Holding, in charge of the business development of the banking affiliates. So before I start with the solution, I would like to share with you a picture of what the trade looks like in Africa. So when we take a look at the statistics, especially in 2024, the global volumes of trade in the world in 2024 was about $32 trillion. It was an increase of 4% compared to the year before. So at this moment, there is a lot of turmoil in the world, including the tariff that the United States are imposing at this moment, and the rise of protectionism, like in some countries. However, new channels of distribution are emerging. So we hope that the volume will increase again this year. And when we go back to Africa, the consolidated export is about $700 billion. It increased by 10%, and the imports are higher. So there is a structural trade deficit in Africa, so more import than the export. However, the exports are increasing faster than the import. It means that hopefully we're going to be in a trade surplus in the coming years. However, what is shocking is that the trade in Africa represents only 2 to 3% of the global trade in the world. When we see the population in Africa, which represents about 20% of the global population, representing only 3% of the trade volume, is a shame. So we need together to find solutions to increase this contribution. And when we take a deep dive into the African trade, you can see that only 16% of these volumes in Africa is intra-Africa trade. It means that we trade more with the other continents than we do inside of the continent. This is another shame for which we need to find quickly a solution. However, to circumvent the lack of infrastructure, the lack of connectivity and so on, what we experience is that instead of dealing between the different countries, we see what we call the nearshoring. It means that there is a shift of the production units closer to the customers. So instead of shipping my product to another country, the solution is to maybe build close to the customer a new capacity. So it is because of the fact that we don't have the infrastructure to ship easily our product, and we need to find a solution for that. And finally, when we take a closer look to Africa, we see that even this volume that we see are dominated by global companies, multinational installed in our country doing trade. We don't see enough local players active in the trade finance, in the trade activity in Africa, and we need to find a solution for that. So why are we seeing this not good performance? First of all, it's because of the historical legacies that we inherited from the colonization and the structure of our economies. So we need to go beyond that, because at this moment some economies are structured in the way that they don't have the capacity to have local production and depend also only on external input to be able to satisfy the local consumption. There is also, as it has been mentioned already, the financial barriers. So most of the players don't have the local capacity to produce enough and export. So the financial system will need to find solution for that. There is also in Africa a weak regional integration. You know, we are in different economic zones. We don't have the same currencies. It's more easy to convert an African currency into USD or Euro instead of converting it into the neighbor currency that we have in the neighbor country. So we need to find a solution for that. AfCFTA Bank, not to mention them, is advancing well with the PAPS, and we hope that it's going to be implemented very quick so that we can easily convert African currency between them. And we don't finally leverage enough on the local strength, like the local knowledge of our market, the local knowledge of our environment, and as I just said, it is most of the time foreign companies that are dominating the trade in our region. So what we can do for that? So AFG Holding, with its banking and commercial banking and investment banking subsidiaries, provide many solutions to help boost the African trade in the different markets in which we are present. So first of all, AFG Holding covers all types of clients, because we are a universal bank, and also we have in our network some microfinance. So even the individual entrepreneurs, the micro companies, the SMEs, the large corporate, the global corporate, we are in capacity to provide them all the financial tools to help them produce, to help them do their trading activity. All our clients, the smallest, the largest, they have a dedicated relationship manager. We can help them, support them in their activity. And we also rely on our digital tools. We have a platform named AFG eBank, where all our clients, without having the obligation to go to a branch to do the transaction from home, from the office, can initiate transaction, can see their bank account, can sell money to their suppliers, can receive funds, can control their treasury. And it is available for all the clients, whether they are small, whether they are micro companies, whether they are large corporates. And all the products that, current account, saving account are, of course, available. And we are developing and putting at the disposal of our client the leasing solution, who is a solution to the financial capacity, who help our clients get access to machinery that they cannot buy at this moment, but still can include them in the production units that they have, in the activity. Also, the trade include necessarily cross-border payments, and our tools, our digital tools allow to easily send money abroad, and this is very instrumental for the activity of our clients. And with the partnership that we built with the MFI, we are able to provide local and foreign currency guarantees to facilitate the trade transaction between the clients. In a moment, my colleague will give more details about the trade solution, the guarantee that we are able to deliver to the client to facilitate this trade with clients abroad. The other thing that is worth to be mentioning is that we are a multi-sectorial bank. We cover all the spectrum of the sectors like in our economies, whether it is in mining, where we help the development of the local content. We help local players. In the past, it was very difficult to have local African companies involved in this sector because of the fact it is very intense in terms of capital consumption. But at this moment, with the evolution of the mining codes, we are in our portfolio some local clients that we are able to support in the activity, and we are growing together on that. In Mali, for example, we are the first bank of the mining sector. Same thing for agriculture. We are very active in helping the farmers to export their products and also to finance the industries to transform the product before exporting them. In the group, we even have some cocoa factories. You know, Ivory Coast is the first cocoa producer in the world, and instead of just exporting the raw cocoa, we semi-transform them into our industries, and we are keen to finance this kind of initiative. So all the clients who have the ambition to be an actor of the industrialization of the economies, we are keen to support them. For the services, when we say export, we don't say only export of goods, but also export of services, and we are also very keen to support that. I think it has been mentioned by CEO Fadiga that there is also a lack of infrastructure to facilitate the trade. And with the help of our commercial bank and our investment bank, we also finance large infrastructure projects, including road, including ports, to facilitate this kind of transactions. And you cannot do trade without energy, and we have the ambition to become a solid player in terms of energy, increasing the energy capacity in Africa. So when I take a deep dive into the mining sector, because we like this sector, it has a strong potential for Africa. With the investment bank, whose the CEO is here, we are able to structure, to raise funds to finance mining projects in Africa. And the mining sector is a sector which is very demanding in terms of international transaction. And with the tools, with the digital tools that we have, we are able to facilitate the transaction with all the foreign partners that we have in our portfolio. The trade finance and structured trade finance solutions as well are instrumental in what we give at the disposal of the client. And for the risk, we have in our holding the insurance companies who provide all the risk solution, the risk management solution to protect our clients against the different risks that they might encounter in the different activities. So I already mentioned that I think Mr. Sionle Yeo mentioned that we have two investment banks, one based out of Cameroon to structure the fundraising in local currency, and one based out of Mauritius to structure the fundraising denominated in hard currencies. And with these two arms, we are able to structure complex projects and also like raise large funds in partnership with many international institutions, like those cited into this slide, including Sweat Fund, FinFund, AfCFTA, IFU. All of these are partners of AFG. And if you have a project, if you want like to raise equity or debt for this project, we can help you. You can work with our investment banks, and we can raise this fund for you to realize your ambition. In the next slide, we're going to present the list of the partners, international partners with which we work to facilitate trade transaction. But I will leave the floor for 2 slides to my colleague in charge of the trade solution to give you more details about the trade product that we put at the disposal of our clients. Leo.
Thank you, Karim. Good morning, team. Yeah, good morning to all our partners. I would like to quickly cover this slide. As you know, international transactions, let's say, are driven by some strong and reputable financial partners. Without them, it's not easy for you to accommodate international transactions. So we, AFG, we are proud today to mention that we have with us many, let's say, Class A financial institutions, banking and DFIs with us. I would like to start with, let's say, the African one that is, let's say, very strong and also provide deep support to all our affiliate banks in Africa. The first one is AfCFTA that we would like to thank due to the fact that AfCFTA are able to unlock many trade finance lines for our affiliate bank across Africa. And today, we are able to accommodate some letter of credit, some guarantees, some SBLCs with these strong partners that is AfCFTA. Besides AfCFTA, we are also JP Morgan, Crédit Agricole, Société Générale, where we are able to do some transaction like clearing transaction, both euro and dollars, and also in G10 currencies. We have also ETFC, ENG, Bank, QNB Paris, so on and so forth. So, yeah, just to summarize that today, AFG Bank have capability to support all your transactions, both locally, regionally, and also internationally. In terms of trade finance products and services, we are, for the moment, able to unlock many, let's say, a large trade finance product. The first one that I would like to cover is cross-border payment. One of the challenges in Africa is that the fact that many exporters from international party are afraid about the capacity of the local country to fulfill some cross-border payment. But we, AFG, we are today proud that we can confirm that our treasury team from all our presence country can, let's say, release in real time within a week or within a couple of days some international payment for your suppliers. Besides this one, we are also, let's say, collection, documentary collection products, and also letter of credit for our client that would like maybe to submit to some local project. You are able to provide some international and local guarantee to facilitate the, let's say, the contractors. We are also factoring products, leasing, and regarding the leasing one, I would like to maybe have a focus in this product Because in Mali, where we have a deep mining sectors, we are able to provide support to our local clients in order to help them to finance their equipment, because they need trucks, they need vehicles, they need many things in order to facilitate mining activities. So in Mali, for instance, our affiliate there provide many financing in terms of leasing activities. Beside of this one, we have also avalanche draft. We know that many clients are not able maybe to deal with a letter of credit, deal with some upfront payment like cross-border payment, but we can be able to give them some avalanche draft for them to, let's say, give it to the supplier to secure the payment, and at the maturity, the supplier can present those avalanche drafts in order to have money. But we know that many suppliers don't want to, let's say, wait until 3 months, 6 months before having access to the money. So through our international partners, those suppliers can convert this avalanche draft to the, let's say, to a quick cash to, let's say, accelerate the treasury needs. The last one that is more for big, let's say, big international players is the supply chain finance, in order to pay in advance all the invoices that they have. And the last aspect that I would like to cover before giving the floor back to Karim is for our Algerian company. You are here to build, let's say, the bridge between our presence country and Algerian, let's say, transformer or producers. Today we know that in terms of equipment, in terms of technology aspects, Algeria are more advanced. So today we can connect you to our local buyers for you to increase your export capability. And in the other end also, we can give you the chance to have collaboration with our presence company that can export to Algeria some products like cocoa, coffee, and so on and so forth. So AFG, today we can create this kind of bridge between many actors. So don't hesitate. After this conference, you can maybe have access to us in order to create this nice opportunity between you and our presence countries actors. Thank you very much for your time. And today, we can mention that AFG, with many partners that we have, we can help you to cover your simple and complex transaction across Africa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Leon. So to allow you to have enough time to ask questions, I will go quickly with the remaining slides. So beside the trade product, we also have, as we mentioned, cash management products, especially the digital ones to allow you to easily execute your local and foreign transactions. For our cooperators, where we provide a business card to facilitate the different payment that you guys have to execute. And we, of course, have, as many banks already do, POS devices to facilitate the collection of the cash like coming from your different sales. Quickly, I would like to give a focus again on mining and oil. These are major industries in Africa, and unfortunately, there is not enough local player inside of these sectors. We want to support you in raising the fund, structuring products, connecting you with the large corporate already in our portfolios. And for this, we have the network to do so. So if you are interested, if you have activity into this sector, do not hesitate to approach us. In any of the countries in which we are present, we are keen to work with you. And today I can say that we have the capacity to do it, whether it is in local currency or in foreign currency. So AFG is unique because in opposition to many other banks, you will see that we are able to provide you some unique product that stem from the synergies that can be like driven by the specificity of the group. Today, we are able to provide you both commercial bank product and insurance products together in the same offer. Because in AFG, we also have many insurance companies. We are keen to provide you all the risk management tools to go with the financial product that we provide you already. In addition to that, I think I already insisted in the investment banks. Not only we can finance you directly, but also we can bring additional partners to structure and raise funds from you in addition to those, the fund raised by AFG. And we are keen to help all our clients doing so. Because in the group, there is the banking pole and the industrial pole, we are also keen to combine all this offering to put you in collaboration as well with the industry, if there is an opportunity to do so. The group has a foundation because our ambition is not only lucrative, but we want to impact in many ways Africa. And the foundation has a strong program to impact culture, climate, financial inclusion, many things that we can do together. So if there is also an opportunity to work together to have an impact on the communities, we are keen to do so. And finally, but not least, we have an ESG agenda. So all our activity is very well aligned with our ESG agenda. We want to make sure that we don't destroy the environment. We want to make sure that we restore, like the forest. We want to make sure that we create employment. We want to make sure that we create equality for women and men in the country of presence. And we are keen to partner with all of you, clients, partner, MFI, to work on this agenda together. And there is some MFI that I think it is worth to cite before the end of the presentation. First of all, AfCFTA, a strong partner of the group, whether in the trade, whether in the financing, whether in the cash management. We work very closely with AfCFTA, and together we are keen to develop, to unlock the potential of the SMEs, of the entrepreneurs in Africa. We also work with the African Development Bank, SFE World Bank, and also the many European DFI that we already cited in the presentation. So why choose AFG Holding for your business? And much expertise. So we have demonstrated that we have the expertise, we have the international and local experience to support you. Second, innovative solution. We are keen thinking about having the right solution for your business. And finally, long-term partnership. We are not here to make money now, we want to grow together. So we want to support you and build something together, Impact Africa. So please join us, please work with us. We are keen to work with you. So thank you very much. I think I will stop here. And I hope that we'll have enough time to take some quick questions before we end the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karim Kone, thank you very much. Now you qualify to sit here with me. Mr. Kone? Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from the horse's own mouth. We have everything it takes to be the catalyst for international trade in Africa. What I want to do now is to bring on stage the following persons. Mr. Sionle Yo, our Managing Director, Mr. Karim Kone, you've already met, and Dr. Kalaji Fadiga. Please make them welcome as they come on stage. We've heard all that there is on offer. What I want to do now is to come to you, our audience. I know you've heard a lot. Tell me, what haven't you heard?
Thank you. Benny Sansa from Ghana. I'm a manufacturer. Thank you so much. Nice presentations and all that. God bless you. I have a question. I'm coming from Ghana. Our bank stay. I saw one of our bank here. Before you can access a loan as a manufacturer, one of the things they will ask you is your land. You can be working with them for so many years. They're not looking at how the cash flow of your business, but what your collateral is the land that you have sweat to buy. Now, say, I am a manufacturer. My store, you picked me because I started from a room. During the day was a manufacturer, and in the evening was a sleeping place. That was my story that made you picked me. I produce black soap. I use our natural cocoa because when Daddy was talking, he talked about cocoa. Now, what I use to produce my soap is the cocoa pod. After they have removed the food from the cocoa, the pod, that is what I turn into a soap. Everything is manual. Say, I am tired. I am tired. Moving from one program to another. That is all the way here to come. So that whatever you have in store for me, to put this soap, I'm ready to give some percentage of my company to whoever is listening to me, to partnership with us, so that we can move forward. I brought a lot. They are in there. Please. Partnership is very important. Please, turn and look at we the manufacturer. We are suffering, no. Thank you.
All right, so we shall take 3 questions at a go and then refer to the panel. But I believe very pregnant in this question is the aspect of you moving to Anglophone countries. So perhaps you want to add that in answering that question. We shall take 2 more. Yes, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Matthew Ashaolu. I am Finance and Strategy Manager of Tamros Limited in Nigeria, a company in marine services to oil and gas company. So, just like the moderator mentioned, one of my questions specifically, because I noted that you guys are actually majorly in a Francophone country, I want to confirm if it's possible for you people to also come to the Anglophone country, specifically Nigeria. That's my first question. Then you also spoke about your trade finance. I want to know the extent of asset financing that is available for you, and what is the maximum obligor that you guys can finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall take the last one for this round. It can be a suggestion. It can be a comment. Okay. In lieu of any questions for now, let me come to the panel. So we have 2 outstanding questions. First, on partnership, and I believe both of them have a common question, your entry into Anglophone markets, and then the last one being the asset finance and the obligor limit. C'est bon.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I will start and then leave the floor to maybe also to Leon to bring in some additional information. Thank you, Vanessa, coming from Ghana. I would say Ghana is also my country. I worked there 3 years. This is how I came to know Jerry. I was managing director of Societe Generale Ghana for some years. So your question is very important, very welcome. It brings us back to how we accompany our customers. We said we are not only a bank, we are a group where we have expertise in many areas, and especially but dealing with cocoa, as you are doing. We have cocoa factories, we said in Cameroon, in Côte d'Ivoire, so we know the business. So we can bring the expertise, not only the financial expertise from our banking subsidiaries and from our investment banking subsidiaries, but also from what we've got to learn from our cocoa industry. So I believe that the real concern you are raising is how to get the right advice to be able to accompany you. You said you would like to get some partnerships, a partner, an investor to come with you and help you grow your business. And this is where our investment banks are really designed for. They will come with you, they will listen to you, they will be able, and there will also be an answer to the question of my brother from Nigeria. We are not only in capacity of bringing our own financing to you, we are able to draw with us partners that we are able to reach. We said both locally and in some international places, financial places like Mauritius, we said we will be able to go beyond our own obligor capacity and get more from these partnerships. And with my brother from Nigeria, I would say our limitations are not, our limitations to finance your needs are not, in fact, our capabilities ourselves. As we said, we are able to leverage on what we can get from partners. The limitation will be based on your project, on your capacity to generate cash flows, on your capacity to be able to repay what will have be put into your business. So do not worry about what we are able to bring in terms of our financial capacities. Our equity is enough to finance the needs where we are operating. And when we need more, we know where to source more cash, where to raise more funds to come into your business. But the business needs, of course, to be bankable. The project needs, of course, to be able to generate enough cash flow to repay. So this is the global answer I would like to give. And Karim, please, you can complement.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. So what I can quickly add is that I think the Mrs. asked a question about the collateral. So most of the time, land is a collateral, is a potential collateral, but also there is other type of collateral, including insurance products that can also protect your own business, and we can also advise you because you have the expertise internally to find the right product for you. And also cash flows as well. Sometimes for some structuring, we rely only on cash flows. So everything is possible. It depends on the business model. It depends on the assessment of the risk. And with the help of the investment bank, we are keen to know more about your business model to do so. The other thing I want to add is that because of our network of banks, we are able as well to connect you with potential client, potential markets, and facilitate exports. So this is also another way on which we can help you. And the physical presence we have in many countries facilitate the structuring of these international solutions. And for the brother from Nigeria, we are already in Nigeria actually. We started with microfinance. The ambition is to grow this microfinance and one day become a bank. But with the help of the investment bank, we are keen already to also take a look at international products and see how we can help you structure it. So keen to discuss a bit more about your business model, know more about it.
Okay. We wrap up in the next 5 minutes. However, I want somebody who has a specific question for Dr. Fadiga to please. Do you have a specific question? Okay, please. Let's have a mic for him, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, thank you very much, our moderator and the panelists. I'm Robin. I work with the African Union as the industrial policy expert. My question is to the bank management. Do you support the private sector companies specific, or you support also the member states? We have
if you could speak up a little.
Yes, we have bankable projects in mining and oil and gas coming from the private sector, coming from the our member states, and we would like to connect and talk and link you to the because at the moment we are promoting a special economic zone cluster approach, where private sector can benefit from some of the incentives when they are organized in a specific special economic zone. Thank you.
The question is not too clear. Could you slow down and give us the question again?
Yes, I'm asking, do you also work with the member states? Because we have bankable projects coming from the different African member states in oil and in mining and oil and gas sector.
Oh, do we work with member states of the AU?
Yes, yes.
Oh, they've just answered that. And they have plans to also move into other areas where their presence is not available.
I would like to have a meeting with you because we have some of the bankable projects that they are lobbying through the African Union to make that linkage to the banks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the question is to know whether or not we are also working with states. When you say member state, you mean African states. Yes. The answer is clearly yes, of course. We know that the development of our continent will come, of course, from the private sector, from private entrepreneurs, but supported by the states, by public investment. When we talk about infrastructure, it's not all the infrastructure that can be built or should be built by private sector. We know that these infrastructure that we are describing as being today drawbacks, to be today obstacles, hurdles to the development of a trade, in intra-Africa trade, we know that these infrastructure must be built by states, by public sector. So we, of course, support the public sector. We, of course, support the states where in the countries where we operate. We know that let's say the construction works. We know that the infrastructure works that are being undertaken by the states are key to the development of the countries. So we support, of course, this. We not only support private sector, we support the public sector. As public sector is making the private sector work, is making the public sector strive. So we, of course, and the countries we are, in Cameroon, for example, we have the first bank working with the public sector. In Gabon, this is also the case. Even in countries where we are not present physically, like Congo, Brazzaville, we are a bank that is supporting strongly the public sector. So this is not a question for us. This is not a specific difficulty for us. We support the public sector clearly everywhere we operate. And if you have specific project, as we already said, you can't discuss the details of a project just right now. We need to go in depth within your project to happen, to know your project before we can design a solution that is clearly adapted to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, shortly we shall bring this to an end, but we invite you over to our stand where all our resource persons will be on hand to answer every question. Let's wrap now. You came here with a lawyer. Dr. Fadiga, you represent industry and you also represent the exporters. You came here with expectations of the exporters and industry by and large. Share with us, what has AFG Bank done and is currently doing in a place like La Côte d'Ivoire that can encourage exporters, trade associations, and various investors to also consider the path of AFG Bank as a credible catalyst to international trade in Africa?
Thank you very much. Before I get into that, what I would like to say is that we talked today about innovation.
Yep.
Services that really understand the exporters and the manufacturers. And we also talk about partnership, long-term partnership, to grow together. And, I cannot go without, I felt the young sister here her plea right now is very sincere. I can feel it. And every day, I have the opportunity to interact with ladies like her. And 2 of them came with me from Côte d'Ivoire.
Super.
They are here. They are all fighting to find a solution to their problem. They want to go forward. They want to do the leap. They want to process more with better quality, with equipment, to get the capacity building of what they already have, a good product, but they need to build the capacity to be able to produce more, to produce better, package it better, and send it to the market. All they need is an institution that really understands them, that's willing to innovate.
Sure.
AFG group here they have the expertise. There's no denying on that. But they're willing to innovate, and they're willing for the partnership. So I would like to jump on that to say that what we expect us to today is that from now on, let's find solution for SMEs like her. And actually, she represents many, many ladies that are willing to fight to make Africa a better place. And they are in different sectors, mostly in agribusinesses. And we need to find a solution, specific solution for that. You know, the standard solution doesn't fit all. That's what we're pleading for. And an example is here. I'm glad she spoke up. And really, I think that's where we want to move to get from the standard issues to understand really the need of those actors every day that are doing their best to get into the market. They pay for their ticket, come all the way here to be able to meet with groups like AFG.
Sure.
And like the CEO mentioned, they are in different sectors. They are also in the cocoa industries. So basically, the soap she's making is some of the byproduct of what they're doing. So I think, ma'am, I think the CEO, you got to see him. Can find a solution for you.
And especially because it feeds into sustainability.
Exactly.
The
That's
core
what we're
theme
talking
of
about.
the group.
So all they mention is really we need to know to move to find a specific solution to all the ladies we are dealing with every day that we want to help. But we cannot take them to the market when they don't have the capacity to build more than 10,000 soap a day, or to package them properly, or to even fulfill the requirement that's needed to get into the market. So that's where AFG group is willing to get into. And the thing here is that we talk about a lot of things. There will be a paradigm shift where the institution, the promotion institution like ours, we will have a partnership to get actors like her to get their business cases and their aspiration taken into account and find an innovative solution to get them to the market, especially in Africa. And they're doing that very well already. So I would like to end it there. And thank you for the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. The African proverb says, until the lions have their own historians, the history of hunting or the story of hunting will always glorify the hunter. AFG Group has come today not to tell their own story alone. They came with somebody who has experienced their service, their offerings, and ladies and gentlemen, they're telling us that truly they are poised and ready to be the catalyst for international trade in Africa. The question is, are we ready for them? Are we ready for them? Then please, if we are ready for them together, let's echo the chorus once again. Et tout devient possible. Merci. Put your hands together for them once again. And so humbly, I invite you to the front. Let's take 3 photographs. First with our panelists at the front. Photographers, please come. The second photo will be with Our Excellencies, former President of AfriExim Bank and Ambassador to Egypt. Your Excellencies, respectfully I invite you. The third will be with all MDs present. All MDs present. MD CEOs, executive directors. It's a bunch of hardwares and only one software. And then finally, the AFG team. That's it. Okay. Okay. I think that should be all. Okay. All right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this engagement. AFG Bank, making its case as the catalyst for international trade in Africa. On behalf of the group, I'd like to say a big thank you to each and every one of you, and I now invite you to our stand. Let's go acquaint ourselves with all the products and solutions that are on hand. Once again, AFG Bank. Oh, I can't feel the vim. AFG Bank. C'est bon. We still have a lot more. Let's network and do well to visit the stand. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave the translation devices behind.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, willing to know that nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on.
With service providers, finance needs to financiers, investment opportunities to investors, freight and logistics needs to providers, EPC contracts and tender opportunities to EPC contractors. In addition, banks get the opportunity to offer key services through complementary AfCFTA digital trade solutions, including ATG for cross-border payments, powered by PAPS, a secure and certified Pan-African payment and settlement system enabling instant cross-border payment transactions in local currencies. Harnessing central banks or commercial banks as settlement agents, PAPS makes intra-African trade payments faster, more affordable and more inclusive across diverse markets. PAPS member banks benefit from end-of-day net settlement and can leverage AfCFTA's liquidity facilities. And ATG for digital supply chain finance, AfCFTA Trade Link, enabling banks, their corporate clients and AfCFTA to partner and offer supply chain financing to the corporate client suppliers, typically SMEs, enabling them to benefit from better borrowing pricing or extended tenor, ultimately ensuring the partner bank clients have liquidity and support to grow without cash flow constraints. The ATG is set to revolutionize trade across Africa. By simplifying interactions, fostering trust and reducing operational costs, more businesses are now able to engage effectively in cross-border trade and investment activities. Join the ATG ecosystem today to accelerate your cross-border trade activities and seize the market opportunities created by the AfCFTA. ATG participation is open to commercial banks, their customers, importers and exporters, other cross-border trading companies and global businesses with trade interest in Africa. To inquire, contact us via email, phone or visit our website. The Africa Trade Gateway, transforming Africa's trade with you. Introducing the Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, a digital trade ecosystem designed to accelerate trade activities to help commercial banks, their customers and other cross-border trading businesses in Africa to connect, trade and grow. ATG participants are enabled to buy or sell, verify African counterparties, access information on markets and trade regulations, and get matched to trusted service providers and opportunities through an evolving suite of digital trade-enabling solutions, which include ATG for e-commerce, Africa Trade Exchange, ATEX, a business-to-business e-commerce solution that simplifies cross-border trade by providing access to verified African and global suppliers for buyers to optimize supply chains and lower operational costs, access to verified buyers to help suppliers tap buyers in new markets and unlock growth, access to trade finance solutions via connections to financiers, including AfCFTA, access to secure payment options including escrow account services, and connectivity to freight and logistics providers for buyers and sellers. ATG for Due Diligence, Mansa Digital Initiative, a Pan-African centralized due diligence repository platform providing comprehensive and verified primary Know Your Customer data on African entities for counterparties to conduct due diligence checks and mutual verification, empowering parties to make more reliable and less costly decisions. ATG for Market Intelligence, Trader, providing tools for businesses to discover new markets gain valuable insights, and access regulatory information to navigate African markets confidently. Plus, an opportunity to join the Tradar Club for member-only exclusive events, discounted advisory services, and networking opportunities. ATG for financing, investments, freight and logistics, and EPC. ATG Connect, a hub of matchmaking services connecting businesses with service providers, finance needs to financiers, investment opportunities to investors, freight and logistics needs to providers, EPC contracts and tender opportunities to EPC contractors. In addition, banks get the opportunity to offer key services through complementary Afreximbank digital trade solutions, including ATG for cross-border payments, powered by PAPS, a secure and certified Pan-African payment and settlement system enabling instant cross-border payment transactions in local currencies. Harnessing central banks or commercial banks as settlement agents, PAPS makes intra-African trade payments faster, more affordable, and more inclusive across diverse markets. PAPS member banks benefit from end-of-day net settlement and can leverage Afreximbank's liquidity facilities. And ATG for digital supply chain finance, Afreximbank Trade Link, enabling banks, their corporate clients, and Afreximbank to partner and offer supply chain financing to the corporate client suppliers, typically SMEs, enabling them to benefit from better borrowing pricing or extended tenor, ultimately ensuring the partner bank clients have liquidity and support to grow without cash flow constraints. The ATG is set to revolutionize trade across Africa. By simplifying interactions, fostering trust, and reducing operational costs, more businesses are now able to engage effectively in cross-border trade and investment activities. Join the ATG ecosystem today to accelerate your cross-border trade activities and seize the market opportunities created by the AfCFTA. ATG participation is open to commercial banks, their customers, importers and exporters, other cross-border trading companies, and global businesses with trade interest in Africa. To inquire, contact us via email, phone, or visit our website. The Africa Trade Gateway, transforming Africa's trade with you. Introducing the Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, a digital trade ecosystem designed to accelerate trade activities to help commercial banks, their customers, and other cross-border trading businesses in Africa to connect, trade, and grow. ATG participants are enabled to buy or sell, verify African counterparties, access information on markets and trade regulations, and get matched to trusted service providers and opportunities through an evolving suite of digital trade-enabling solutions, which include ATG for e-commerce, Africa Trade Exchange, ATEX, a business-to-business e-commerce solution that simplifies cross-border trade by providing access to verified African and global suppliers for buyers to optimize supply chains and lower operational costs, access to verified buyers to help suppliers tap buyers in new markets and unlock growth, access to trade finance solutions via connections to financiers, including Afreximbank, access to secure payment options, including escrow account services, and connectivity to freight and logistics providers for buyers and sellers. ATG for Due Diligence, Mansa Digital Initiative, a Pan-African centralized due diligence repository platform providing comprehensive and verified primary Know Your Customer data on African entities for counterparties to conduct due diligence checks and mutual verification, empowering parties to make more reliable and less costly decisions. ATG for Market Intelligence, Tradar, providing tools for businesses to discover new markets, gain valuable insights, and access regulatory information to navigate African markets confidently. Plus, an opportunity to join the Tradar Club for member-only exclusive events, discounted advisory services, and networking opportunities. ATG for financing, investments, freight and logistics, and EPC. ATG Connect, a hub of matchmaking services connecting businesses with service providers, finance needs to financiers, investment opportunities to investors, freight and logistics needs to providers, EPC contracts and tender opportunities to EPC contractors. In addition, banks get the opportunity to offer key services through complementary Afreximbank digital trade solutions, including ATG for cross-border payments, powered by PAPS, a secure and certified Pan-African payment and settlement system enabling instant cross-border payment transactions in local currencies. Harnessing central banks or commercial banks as settlement agents, PAPS makes intra-African trade payments faster, more affordable and more inclusive across diverse markets. PAPS member banks benefit from end-of-day net settlement and can leverage AfCFTA liquidity facilities. And ATG for digital supply chain finance, AfCFTA Trade Link, enabling banks, their corporate clients and AfCFTA to partner and offer supply chain financing to the corporate client suppliers, typically SMEs, enabling them to benefit from better borrowing pricing or extended tenor, ultimately ensuring the partner bank clients have liquidity and support to grow without cash flow constraints. The ATG is set to revolutionize trade across Africa. By simplifying interactions, fostering trust, and reducing operational costs, more businesses are now able to engage effectively in cross-border trade and investment activities. Join the ATG ecosystem today to accelerate your cross-border trade activities and seize the market opportunities created by the AfCFTA. ATG participation is open to commercial banks, their customers, importers and exporters, other cross-border trading companies, and global businesses with trade interest in Africa. To inquire, contact us via email, phone, or visit our website. The Africa Trade Gateway, transforming Africa.
Sabah al-Khair, good evening, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Excellencies, partners, distinguished guests, welcome to one of the most important side events of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, dedicated to showcasing how the African Trade Gateway is transforming the vision into a practical digital reality. ATG is not just a platform, it's Africa's digital backbone, a connected ecosystem designed to make the African continental free trade area work in practice, enabling businesses to find trusted partners, secure financing, complete cross-border payments, and access new markets with confidence. Over the next 2 hours, we will hear from leaders shaping this transformation and exploring one central question. How do we move from policy to practice, from ambition to execution, and from fragmented trade flows to a truly integrated African market? For the opening remarks, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Emeka Onya, Director of Digital Banking at AfCFTA, to share his insights on digital trade infrastructure and innovation from concept to action.
Minutes. Good morning. Let's check this works. Okay. Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Thank you for coming here today to learn about digital innovation and the Africa Trade Gateway. In this session, we hope to equip you with the tools and information that will help you drive your businesses in the digital era. So to start, my job is to set the scene, as we're going to have information that talks about what the Africa Trade Gateway offers. But to start, I want you to imagine a continent where a farmer in Malawi can produce and sell directly to a market in Kenya, where a textile manufacturer in Ghana can source machinery from Algiers and pay instantly in Ghana cedis, where a young entrepreneur in Kigali can get investment from Lagos, accessing the markets of 1.3 billion Africans. Now, this is not just a vision or a dream, it's a reality, and is a promise of the AfCFTA. But for us to get there, we know that there are challenges that still make this trade a challenge. Because businesses still face barriers that should no longer exist. A lack of trust. It is hard to verify your trading partners. There's costly payments. Cross-border transfers can take days. Information is fragmented. Traders get to new markets blind without information. And obviously, access to finance is still a challenge. At AfCFTA Bank, we ask ourselves, what if we can work together to remove these barriers? What if we can build one digital doorway through which Africa trades with itself and with the world? So that vision gave birth to what we call the Africa Trade Gateway, which is Africa's one-stop digital trade ecosystem. It's designed to build trust, to lower costs, to open market, and to unlock growth, and designed to accelerate the AfCFTA. So I'll give you a snapshot of what the ATG is and what it offers as we go into the session. So the ATG is an ecosystem that is made up of a number of services that are designed to eliminate the barriers that I mentioned earlier. So first, we try to unify and bring into one ecosystem buyers and sellers across Africa. And we also try to verify them to ensure that we create the trust in the ecosystem. So through our AdTech service, we're able to onboard buyers and sellers, and through our Mansa service, we're able to ensure that we verify them and create trust to the ecosystem. Now, a marketplace without payments, obviously, is not a marketplace. And through our Pan-African payment settlement system, businesses can now pay each other across border in local currency faster and cheaper. But then to access that market, we provide you with enough information and intelligence as to markets and regulations that are available to you. So trade data, market insights, and regulations in real time. And then we also have the service to match you with opportunities through financing, investments, logistics across Africa, all on the platform. But don't take my word for it. I'm going to give you a use case as how businesses are using this today and how we're able to drive change in the digital ecosystem of the continent. So I'll give you a use case of a Nigerian SME who was able to leverage the Africa Trade Gateway to find a partner for their business. So they're looking for high-quality packaging for their soybean exports. And they went on to the ATG through ATEX and had a search for who can actually provide this solution. And they found a company in Kenya, and through our Mansa service, they were able to verify that the company actually exists and the company is trustworthy. And every company on Mansa has what we call an Africa Entity Identifier, which is really a passport for trade cross-border. So through that, we're able to review the company structure, compliance, and license information. Then the next level, okay, then how and what do we need to actually ship these goods to Nigeria? Through our trader service, we're able to access import regulations, understand packaging standards and duties, and any AfCFTA trade benefits for this category. And also, we're able to, through ATG Connect, provide them access to a bank that can confirm their LC. In this case, it was AfCFTA Bank, and their bank was able to issue them the LC, and AfCFTA Bank was able to confirm that. But what they are now discussing is how they can provide more trade, leveraging Nigerian Naira to pay directly to supplier. Now that they have established trust, they are working through their banks, because PAPS is available in Nigeria and in Kenya, to make further trades in local currency. So this is an example of trade happening in real time, all done digitally, all done via the ATG, and that is the power of the ATG. Other examples, I'm allowing importers who are able to match through ATEX and now able to provide new market goods and financing through the platform. And Togolese companies are able to connect to Egyptian trading companies and complete transactions, also on the ATG. So in a snapshot, our ambition is to cover the continent, to ensure we empower our businesses and empower our exporters and importers and traders to be able to access new markets, trade in a trustworthy manner, pay their currency, and make trade as simple as possible to ensure we realize the vision of the AfCFTA. To date, we are covering 35 countries. We have 9,000 traders that are verified and 90 financing commercial banks on the platform. So as you can see, we are really growing this ecosystem, and this is something we believe will revolutionize trade on the continent. So in summary, the ATG is the backbone of the AfCFTA, and through this platform, we believe that we can transform Africa's trade. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to engaging you further on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much for respecting the 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Mr. Emeka Onia, Director of Digital Banking at AfCFTA Bank. Thank you for sharing with us your vision. We are honored to welcome Mrs. Emily Mburu Doria, Director, Trade in Services Investment, APR and Digital Trade at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll try and keep to the pace that my colleague Emeka has set. Good morning. I speak to you on behalf of His Excellency Wam Kelemene, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. Mine today, therefore, is just to link what Emeka has just told you with what we do at the AfCFTA and why this collaboration is very important to ensure that we implement the AfCFTA in a manner that will benefit all the key stakeholders, especially the private sector. For those who are not aware, the AfCFTA is a flagship project of the African Union. So the AfCFTA is part of the larger African Union, and it is meant to create a single market for the 55 African countries that are members of the African Union. One of the key elements is the removal of barriers to trade, As you may be aware, you have different barriers to trade, both in goods and services. And so the AfCFTA aims to remove those barriers so that we can trade much more easily in the continent. We have a number of protocols that have already been negotiated among the different state parties of the AfCFTA. Key and important to this meeting today is the protocol on digital trade, combined together with the protocol on trade in goods and the one on trade in services. So those are the three key protocols that we will be looking at today as we look at the ATG. Now, as I've mentioned, the AfCFTA then sets out the rules that enable the trading in Africa in a single and seamless manner. It does not mean there are no challenges. The challenges are there, but we are dealing with them as we move along. But as it has already been said, rules alone cannot help us to be able to trade. And so that's where the ATG comes in. And for us, we see the ATG providing the digital infrastructure that then translates those AfCFTA rules into real transactions. In essence, the AfCFTA establishes the continental policy and legal framework, while the African Trade Gateway, that's the ATG, then provides the digital infrastructure through which these frameworks are then operationalized. And together then, we unlock real opportunities for the business people to transact with confidence, with efficiency, and with scale. Now, as I mentioned, there are some challenges. That's why we have the ATG to help us deal with those challenges. And one of them, and Emeka has mentioned, is the fragmented payments and fragmented regulatory systems in the continent. We also have serious digital gaps among countries that would need to be addressed, and definitely the issue of uneven policy adoption. Infrastructure is also a problem. We have deficit in digital infrastructure in most African countries, and also the issue of inclusivity, where we see mostly women are not included mostly when we talk about the digital trade. Now, at the AfCFTA, there's some implementation priorities that we have that we are looking at to be addressed by the ATG. And in so doing, we'll focus more on the two protocols, the protocol on trade in services and the protocol on digital trade. But maybe just to say that the key priorities are looking at how do we ensure we have interoperable payments and foreign exchange. How do we ensure that we have trusted and paperless trade? As you can see today, we are really trying not to have any paper so that we are talking digital. So we are trying to really keep it digital. So how do we ensure that even our trading can be done digitally? Then we look at how do we ensure that we have MSME onboarding and compliance, look at the issues related to digital marketplace and logistics, and also issues of capacity building and inclusion. And as I've mentioned, all those are covered in the ATG as has been portrayed by Emeka, and so I will not go too deeply to look at them because you then have the PAPS, you have MANSA, and when we look at issues of trust and paperless trade, at the AfCFTA under the Customs Directorate, or the Directorate dealing with customs-related issues, we are looking at advancing certificates of origin that are electronic and modernizing the customs system so that we can actually have paperless trade. And if we look at services, the issues of enabling electronic contracting, faster recognition of qualifications, and real-time regulatory compliance are some of the key elements we hope will be addressed by the ATG. And so this will help us then to build a digital platform that then takes care of the digital transaction and directly supports the AfCFTA objective of reducing non-tariff barriers to trade, issues of support to MSMEs, the marketplace, and Emeka did show us the ATEX, and we will get deeper into it as we go along. So why the AfCFTA and why the linkage with the ATG? So with the AfCFTA, as I've mentioned, we create a large market, and we also then bring about the predictability for enabling rules-based environment for businesses and also for the investors. Over the past 2 years, we have had significant work in terms of creating the rules and the regulations, and in particular, the adoption of the Digital Trade Protocol and the annexes therein. And at the same time, we have also been negotiating in the area of trade in services. And here, when I talk trade in services, you need the communication services sector, which deals with telecommunication and ensuring that we have the value-added telecommunication services. That means the internet and the digital infrastructure that is necessary for a well-functioning digital trade market. Also, we have what we call the regulatory frameworks, and here under the regulatory frameworks, we have one also on financial services, and the one on financial services hopes to create a predictable environment in terms of payments, and so PAPS will benefit from that regulatory framework and the commitments that the member states are going to undertake. Now, the ATG has been called the transformative platform for Africa's digital economy. Together with the protocol on digital trade, we are then able to ensure that we are trading digitally. So when we look at the institutional and policy alignment, then the AfCFTA is being domesticated by a number of countries. We now have 49 countries in the continent that have ratified the agreement. We have a number of countries that have also ratified the new agreements, and in particular the Digital Trade Protocol that is instrumental and will be a backbone for the implementation of ATG. And so that is why the Afreximbank and the AfCFTA Secretariat are demonstrating the leadership necessary for combining innovation with policy frameworks to scale ATG. It is important for other development partners and also the private sector to continue supporting standards harmonization, finance digital skills training, and also fund MSMEs onboarding in the ATG. The continuous collaboration and shared platforms, peer learning networks, and constant feedback loops ensures that solutions are scaled and adapted across Africa. In concluding, therefore, I will say digital trade is no longer a future aspiration. It is already transforming Africa today, and the AfCFTA provides the policy and legal foundation, while the ATG delivers the digital rails to make trade seamless. Together, they make every cross-border transaction simpler, faster, and more secure for African businesses. With continuous alignment and collaboration, African service providers, from fintech innovators to creative entrepreneurs, can drive integration, competitiveness, and inclusive economic transformation across the continent. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you for sharing with us these remarks on the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, priorities, perspective, and implication for digital innovation and collaboration. We welcome now to Mrs. Gwen Mwaba, Managing Director of Trade Finance and Correspondent Banking at AfreximBank, for a fireside chat on the future of trade finance in Africa, digital innovation and collaboration. Please join me. Thank you for being with us. We have 15 to 20 minutes to talk about these important issues, and let's start with this question, Gwen, please. How would you describe the current state of trade finance across Africa, and how does it compare to global dynamics?
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Trade obviously is a very, very important segment of everything that any entrepreneur business does. It's at the heart of everything that we do. Unfortunately, the reality is, even today, there isn't enough trade financing to support that trade. And Asia Development Bank have just released their annual survey, which is showing that the global trade finance gap is still at $2.5 trillion. Out of that amount, the gap in Africa is between $90 billion and $110 billion annually, according to Africa Development Bank's own Africa Focus Survey. So the reality is there's still a lot that needs to be done in closing that trade finance gap, particularly on the African continent, which is of interest to us.
Thank you so much. In this evolving landscape, how is AfCFTA strategically positioning its program and initiative to meet the trade finance needs of African businesses and global partners with trade interests in the continent?
Yeah, fortunately, AfCFTA, being an Africa-focused and now Caribbean-focused as well, development finance institution, financing of trade and trade-enabling infrastructure is at the heart of what we do. So we have a number of programs because, you know, the gap is multifaceted, and so the solutions also have to be multi-layered. One of the things that we see frequently in facilitating trade is the withdrawal of international banks from the African continent every time there's any kind of crisis. So if we don't have confirmation capacity to enable African banks, instruments, letters of credit or guarantees to be accepted externally, then we can't trade. Our clients have to put up cash or pay cash in advance, which is risky. So AfCFTA has a flagship program called the AfCFTA Trade Facilitation Program, where we are the correspondent bank for African banks. And that's one way that we step in to ensure that even if international banks are not playing in the African space, AfCFTA's paper will act as confirmation for African banks, because many emerging market country risks are not accepted internationally. So a supplier in UAE, Europe, or the US will not accept a letter of credit, for example, that is coming straight out of an African bank. So at the moment, we have, I think, about 296 banks in that program, and the goal, African banks, and the goal is to have 500 African and Caribbean banks in that program by December 2026. This way, we feel that we'll be able to continue supporting the movement of goods and services between Africa and the rest of the world. But that's not all. We have a lot of, for example, EPC contractors that come to Africa to execute projects, etc., right? They don't know sometimes and understand the markets in which they're operating, or even the counterparties that have given them the contracts. So they're often looking for some kind of assurance that, one, they will get paid, and so AfCFTA also has a guarantees program that guarantees different types of risks on the African continent, from contract frustration, limited political risk insurance, etc., so that those parties that are coming to execute services and contracts in Africa can be given a level of comfort that there's a bank standing between them and the party that they don't know very well to ensure that they get paid. And then, of course, we provide funding, and I'm being very broad in my descriptions on account of time, but we also provide direct funding. And this funding can be advanced to sovereigns, but the difference between AfCFTA and other multilaterals that provide lines of credit is that AfCFTA does not fund budgets of countries. We finance anything that is related to a trade flow. So even where we lend to a sovereign, we would lend to that sovereign because the sovereign perhaps has a share in oil production from their country, or they're receiving mining royalties, or some kind of overflight fees. There's a lot of countries that earn a lot of income from aircraft just flying over their airspace. But the long and short of it is we monetize any income flow or stream that a government has, and we will finance them against that. We also do swaps for central banks, because one of the challenges that we face on the African continent is scarcity of foreign exchange. So we help countries smooth out those bumps and seasonality of availability of foreign exchange by giving central bank swaps. And then very importantly, to address the trade financing gap that I spoke about earlier, because we're a wholesale development finance institution, we can't reach all the SMEs directly. So we provide lines of credit to financial institutions in Africa and the Caribbean community to enable them to on-lend to their SME clients. And then lastly, we also provide various funding structures to large corporates that qualify for our direct lending, that meet our direct lending criteria. This can be for trade or for trade enabling infrastructure.
Thank you for all these details, Gwen. You have created a very important issue. You talked about trust, which is a cornerstone of the whole strategy. And preparing this panel, we talked a lot with Anne Rose about the importance of trust. When you present this strategy to the Algerian partners, for example, do you have a feedback, or with other institutions that you've met in EITF 2025?
I think, yes, the feedback is always positive, and which is a good thing. You know, many times I'll meet clients or partners and they ask, so how are things going? Are you busy? And I go, extremely busy. But busy is a very good problem to have. It means that you are solving a need. There's a need that exists in the market, and there's a demand for your services. And this is the fortunate position that AfCFTA finds itself in, because the demands of the countries that we serve are so huge that we find that the feedback is always positive, and there's always a demand and a need for what we offer.
Okay, so let's move to the strategic role of ATG ecosystem. From your perspective, Gwen, what is the transformative potential of the African Trade Gateway in reshaping Africa's trade and finance landscape?
Emeka gave a fantastic presentation as an opener, so you have a feel of the digital system that is the Africa Trade Gateway. And this digital ecosystem is actually one of the ways that could potentially narrow the trade finance gap. Africa is a continent of 54 countries, fragmented, everybody doing their own thing, nobody speaking to one another. Many times, neighboring countries don't even know what they can access from a country that is right next door. You know, there's a funny story about a high-grade leather goods supplier or manufacturer in Rwanda that was importing high-grade leather from New Zealand, when next door in Ethiopia, they made a higher grade of leather than what they were importing. So this speaks to the importance of having this digital system where you have a marketplace which connects buyers and sellers. So all of a sudden, a small producer in a country like Malawi has got a marketplace of 1.2 billion people across the African continent open to them, which they didn't have before. But then there comes the issue of how do I make the payments? I need to go and find US dollars in order to send US dollars to my supplier, and then they convert to local currency. But because of the Pan-African payments and settlement system, that payment system which enables payments in local currency underpins the Africa Trade Gateway. So therefore, the Malawian buyer can pay in Malawi kwacha, and the Kenyan supplier can receive Kenyan shillings, which is fantastic. But beyond that, there's the question of trust. Do you know who you're dealing with? You know, they're sitting in a country that is 6 hours flying time away from you. You've never met them. How do you know that you can trust? So there's two ways that that trust can be bridged. Firstly, it's through our KYC repository system, MANSA, which is a KYC repository that verifies buyers and sellers. So if a buyer and a seller on the Africa Trade Gateway have been verified, you know that you're dealing with a counterparty you can trust. The business actually exists. They do trade in the goods and services that they actually say they do. And then the second level of trust can be established by using financial intermediaries like banks. There are banks who are also housed on the Africa Trade Gateway who are there to provide things like letters of credit, guarantees, and also to finance the financeable trade that exists on that platform. So if you do it through an intermediary, that's another layer of establishing that trust.
Thank you for all these details. I have two more questions, Gwen. For this, you gave some answers for this question, but I want to ask it again because it's a very important matter. How is AfCFTA through ATG is tackling trade barriers, trade barriers such as payment challenges, information asymmetry, and fragmented B2B e-commerce platforms?
Yes, so obviously the first way that AfCFTA is tackling some of these trade barriers is through the Pan-African payments and settlement system, which I've spoken about, and I won't steal the thunder of my colleagues because I know that there's a session on that during this 2 hours that we're together. So the payments is a big challenge, linked to availability of foreign currency, but you'll hear the technicalities of how it actually works and the participants on the platform, which include central banks and commercial banks. So payments is a big one. That's one. Secondly, I spoke about the KYC repository, a way of giving certainty to who you're dealing with. That's really important. In business, if the parties don't trust one another, there's no deal to be had, right? And then you also have the issue of movement of goods. Once those parties have done that deal in the marketplace, how do you transport the goods to the country? So let's say we're talking about maybe somebody buying something from Cairo and they're in Cape Town, so you've literally got the Cape to Cairo route. That truck carrying those goods is going to have to be clearing multiple border controls as they move from Cairo to Cape Town. So the bank has a product called an interstate transit guarantee scheme, which is basically a bonding guarantee, which would enable that truck to move from Cape to Cairo without having to clear multiple border controls, because AfCFTA is standing behind that bond, and they give a commitment that no goods will be offloaded in intermediary countries until the goods arrive at their final marketplace. And that's a very, very important tool to unlocking the seamless movement of goods on the African continent. And also, I think the other important aspect, which I touched on a little bit, was the availability of market information. Within the ATG ecosystem, there's what we call the Trader Club, which basically makes available information about other markets where people might have access to, what are the commodities that they produce. If I'm looking for packaging material, which was given in an example earlier, which countries in Africa are producing high-grade packaging material. So this Trader Club is basically a market intelligence information where people can go, they can understand the regulations in the markets where they intend to export or import goods from.
Looking ahead, Gwen, my last question, what progress has been made so far in the rollout of ITG, and why is it urgent collaboration between businesses, financing partners, and ecosystem actors?
Yes, so actually there's a brochure on all of your seats, and there's some very interesting stats in there where you can actually see how much ATG has done. At the moment, the reach is 35 countries, 90 plus commercial banks are on ATG looking for financeable trade. There are 45 plus trade associations, over 35,000 verified business profiles. These are buyers and sellers looking for goods and services or to make supplies. There are over 9,000 active importers and exporters. And I think to date, since the launch, there's been in excess of $3.5 billion worth of requests for quotes, some of which have converted into actual trades, so it's active. But the invitation is for anybody that is in business, you need to get onto ATEX. It opens up an entire marketplace, much bigger than your own country, but really extending to the rest of the African continent. And then to answer the final question around partnerships, my view, and I say this all the time, is the problems of the African continent and many emerging markets are too huge for a single institution to solve. So partnerships, collaboration become key. And this partnership, yes, at the DFI level, we collaborate with other development finance institutions within Africa, outside Africa. We collaborate with international banks in order to increase the financing capacity that we bring to the African continent. But I think these partnerships and collaborations also extend to businesses. You know, businesses collaborating with governments in public-private partnerships. Businesses collaborating with one another in order to scale up, you know, because it's not always possible to raise debt. So sometimes you have to go equity first in order to scale up. So collaborations are absolutely key.
Gwen Mwaba, Managing Director of Trade Finance and Correspondent Banking at AfCFTA. Thank you so much for sharing with us the future of trade finance in Africa, digital innovation and collaboration. Thank you so much. So trade integration cannot succeed without seamless payments. One of the most critical, yes, of course we can applaud there. One of the most critical enablers of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the African Trade Gateway is the ability to transact in local currencies across borders without delay. It's my pleasure now to call Gloria Atanga, Lead Business Development, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS. Thank you for joining us, Gloria.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Permit me to stand on existing protocols to welcome you once again to this session. We are grateful for your listening ears, and it is our hope that by the end of this session, you will be edified as to the different tools provided by the African Trade Gateway, which you can leverage in order to facilitate your cross-border payments or your trade activities across Africa. So my role today is very simple. I will be speaking to the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is PAPS. And PAPS is a very important component of intra-African trade because with the AfCFTA, we aim to create the largest continental market for goods and services across the world. Now, after you have created the largest market for goods and services, one question still remains, and that is the question to know, how are you going to do payments? You know, you have brought together traders and buyers from different parts of the continent, but yet they still struggle to do payments. And this is because today, according to statistics, we have about 80% of intra-African payments that are still done using foreign currency, which is the USD. So the role of PAPS is very simple, is to facilitate intra-African trade payments in local currencies. So we are going to start with a bit of background information on what PAPS is exactly, because we've been here for a couple of days and people struggle to understand what is the nature of PAPS exactly. Is it a fintech? Is it a payment service provider? Is it an app? What exactly is PAPS? And PAPS is defined as a financial market infrastructure that was designed to facilitate the economic and financial integration for Africa. What does financial market infrastructure mean in a very layman's term? It simply means that PAPS provides the infrastructure that supports payments from end to end, including the funding, the payments, the clearing, and the settlement. So PAPS has that infrastructure that facilitates payments end to end and not simply the process of moving money from point A to point B. So as a financial market infrastructure, PAPS was developed by the African Export-Import Bank, which is AfCFTA, specifically to support the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is the AfCFTA. And in the context of facilitating a continental market, PAPS was endorsed by the head of states of the African Union as the official payment and settlement infrastructure for the AfCFTA, and therefore PAPS is one of the key pillars for the implementation of this continental market. It's important to note that PAPS does not aim to replace or compete any existing regional payment system, but rather we collaborate with each of these regional payment systems in order to facilitate interoperability. Because the challenge we have today is that when you're not part of the same economic region, it becomes difficult to make payments. So for instance, if you're part of Francophone West Africa, you have a single currency, which is the ZOF. So if you want to make a payment from Côte d'Ivoire to Senegal, it's not so much difficult. But by the time you want to make a payment from Côte d'Ivoire to Cameroon, even though it's next door, it's very difficult. And this is because you're speaking to different currencies and different regional economic communities. So what PAPS does is that we will sit in the middle of this ecosystem and enable the interoperability of the different infrastructures that have been put in place to facilitate payments seamlessly and in local currency. So in terms of where we stand today, and this is very important because for some people, PAPS seems to be more of a theory, but we are glad to report that PAPS is actually operational and fully functional in a couple of countries. So today we are present in 18 countries across different regions in Africa, and being in Algeria, we are proud to report that as at July 2025, the Bank of Algeria became a member of the PAPS system. So very soon, PAPS will be deployed and operational in the Algerian market. In terms of switches, because we also have switches on our network, we partner both with local and private switches. We have up to 14 of them on the network, and over 150 commercial banks in the countries where we are operational. Now, the more countries we have, the more commercial banks we have on the system, and the more the financial ecosystem is connected. We equally have the opportunity to partner with fintechs or payment service providers or mobile money operators, money transfer operators, depending on how you describe them. So today we have 2 fintechs that are actually connected to the system. So this is the status of our fast-growing network, and we will now move to the operations or the value proposition of PAPS. The first thing to understand is that when we talk about PAPS, we are not talking about a single product, but rather an ecosystem in which we build products that are aimed to resolve challenges or facilitate cross-border payments in Africa. Now, I think we all know that there are way too many problems when it comes to payments in Africa to have just a single product resolving all of these challenges. So on the PAPS platform, we have built so far 3 products, which are the instant payment system, the African currency marketplace, and the PAPS card. In the context of facilitating intra-African trade, I will be focusing on the instant payment system and the marketplace, African currency marketplace. But as part of sensitization, we equally want to highlight the fact that as at June 2025, we launched the PAPS card. So in the same way that you have your Visa, your MasterCard, you equally have a PAPS card that was launched on the sidelines of Afreximbank's annual events in Abuja. So essentially with the PAPS card, we enable the interoperability of locally issued cards. So today when a card is produced locally, the challenge is that the card doesn't work outside of the country, which is why there's a lot of dominance when it comes to the international players, because you can use your Visa and your MasterCard across Africa and globally. Now, what we have done with the PAPS card is that we have empowered local schemes to also be able to have the interoperability across Africa in the countries where PAPS is present, and also outside of Africa. So to give you an example, if a card is produced locally in Algeria, you can also use your Algerian card in Ghana, where PAPS is operational, and it's your account in Algerian dinar that will be debited. Now, you can also use your Algerian card to purchase payments in the US or in Dubai, because that PAPS card gives you global acceptance. So this is one of the value propositions of our PAPS card. Going back to what we do in the context of the African Trade Gateway and the products that support traders in the ability to do payments seamlessly across Africa, we are going to go through the instant payment system. And as the name indicates, the primary value of the instant payment system is the ability to do cross-border payments in Africa instantly. So today, if you want to do a cross-border payment involving two different local currencies, typically it takes multiple days or multiple weeks, and that's because your payments transit through intermediary banks that help to facilitate the conversion from one local currency to the other. Now, of course, to the customer, that poses a challenge in terms of timing. Some businesses, notably small and medium-sized enterprises, have issues of liquidity. So the sooner you're able to have your money, the better you're able to manage your operations. So what we are saying with PAPS is that any payment initiated in local currency on the platform will be treated within 120 seconds maximum. For instance, I'm in Algeria, I want to send money to Tunisia, my Algerian dinar account will be debited in my local currency, and the beneficiary in Tunisia would receive the Tunisian dinar within the 120 seconds maximum. And today, this is something we do in an average of 7 seconds. On top of the instant payments which we guarantee, we also come with a more affordable cost. So because PAPS does not go through intermediary banks, that definitely reduces the overall cost of the transactions, because what makes transactions expensive for the end customer is the number of financial intermediaries through which your transaction has to go before it is delivered to the end beneficiary. So PAPS is a much more affordable payment option. And for the traders in particular, the beauty about PAPS is that you don't have to worry about the exchange rates. Because today, one of the challenges you face is that there is a gap between the time at which the payment is made and when you actually receive your payment. Usually, due to the high exposure of volatility of African currencies, your money depreciates in the process of sending and receiving the money. So what we are saying with PAPS is that whatever rate is on the system to convert from one local currency to the other is exactly the amount that you're going to receive at the time of reception. Of course, as a continental payment system, there are no limits in terms of transaction value. Regardless of the amount initiated on the system, the payment will be processed within 120 seconds maximum. Now today, the instant payment system is deployed primarily through commercial banks. So if you as a trader, you want to leverage PAPS for your cross-border payment, you would have to go through your commercial bank, and PAPS would be used as one of the payment options to treat your payments. It can also be used through a payment service provider, fintech, mobile money, or money transfer operator. And the good news is that PAPS is free. So there is no cost for your commercial bank to join. There's no cost for your commercial bank to remain a member of our network. And there's no cost when it comes to access fees or using the platform. So basically, we have designed a system in which the traders and the customers, because this is not limited only to trade payments. You can use it if you want to send money, remittances, retail payments. You can also leverage the instant payment system for those various use cases. Now, the second product I would speak to before concluding is the PAPS African Currency Marketplace. And this is a product that was developed to address a totally different market need from the instant payment system. So what we notice is that for the companies in Africa that operate in different African markets, they also accumulate local currency positions in each of these markets. To give you a practical example, we have Air Algeria, which is the national company, that operates in Tunisia, but it also operates in Egypt. So that means that Air Algeria has accumulated local currency positions in Tunisia as well as in Egypt. Now, there are issues when it comes to the repatriation of those funds into Algeria, because first, you need to ensure that each of the countries has sufficient USD to be able to convert the money that was made as a benefit in those countries. So what we are saying is that for the corporates, for the companies who operate in multiple African countries, you do not have to stress about sourcing for the USD. You do not have to stress about the costs you incur for sourcing for this USD, because the platform marketplace enables the exchange from one local currency to another without the use of the dollar in between. So practically what we do, and of course this is done under the supervision of the central banks that supervise and regulate PAPS. So basically how the marketplace works is that if you're in Algeria, but you have money stuck in Tunisia, we are going to identify somebody in Tunisia, an economic operator, who also has money stock in Algeria. And basically, we are going to bring the two together on the platform, which is the marketplace, and they are going to agree on the rate to exchange one local currency to the other. And once they have agreed on the rate, then we can perform the local currency exchange and deliver the Algerian dinar to the Algerian and the Tunisian dinar to the Tunisian. So this is a tool that we have developed in an effort to facilitate intra-African trade, because some businesses are very successful across Africa as they operate in different markets, but there is an issue around how do they take their revenue from those different markets to repatriate to their headquarters, or how can they use it to invest into other markets. So this would be the perfect instrument for the traders in that regards. Just to quickly summarize the benefits of the marketplace, this is a product that operates 100% in African currencies, so there's no intervention of the hard currency in the process. It's a product that works very well for the repatriation of blocked funds, the management of treasury positions across different markets, as well as investments. And of course, the platform automatically selects the best offer to do these exchanges. Fully transparent and compliant corporate users are onboarded onto the platform, and obviously you have more affordable transaction fees. So with this, we have come to the end of the product suite of PAPS and how we facilitate cross-border payments under the ATG. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria Atanga, Lead Business Development, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Thank you for all the information, for all the tools, and the good news you shared with us. We now move, ladies and gentlemen, to the session Voice from ATG Community Members, Trusted Network and Scalable Market Access, where our distinguished guests, panelists, will share their experience and insight on how ATG is fostering trust, expanding network, and enabling scalable market access across the continent. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists, starting with Emeka Onya, Director Digital Banking, AfCFTA. Please join us, Emeka. Emily Mburu Doria, Director of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Secretariat. Motibora Fibon, Executive Whole-Scale Corporate Banking, CBZ. Mike Ogbalo, CEO, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Please join us, Mike. Umbolo Wusu, president of Woodhall Capital. He's joining us also. Thank you. So she's joining us. Thank you for joining us. And I'm going to start. We will proceed with a roundtable allowing each panelist to present his or her missions. Starting with you, Emike Onya.
Oh, thank you very much. So as I presented, I think that we're here to really work together in partnership to ensure the implementation of the AfCFTA, and there are different avenues to do that. And as my colleague and sister Emily mentioned, the ATG is one of those ways to ensure that as we move towards a digital era, that we are also transforming our trade to operate in a digital era. And we're providing the tools, working in closely with our partners, some on this stage and some out there, to ensure that we do that. So I look forward to this panel. It's going to be impactful as we talk through elements of how we do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Emily, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think for us, we were able to set it out to show why the collaboration and why it is very important to have the ATG. As you may recall, during the COVID period is when the issue of ensuring that we have an e-commerce platform for the implementation of the AfCFTA actually came about. And the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union then made a concrete decision that under the AfCFTA, there should be an acceleration of the negotiations in terms of e-commerce. And it was His Excellency Wamkele Mene then who thought that, e-commerce would limit us. And so it was much better if we would then do it as digital trade, because we are a trade institutions, and e-commerce would then focus more on the trade in goods component. But if we wanted to encompass everything AfCFTA, then it would require for us to then look at the holistic picture and therefore deal with both the trade in goods and also the trade in services component. And so the digital trade protocol was born, and the negotiations thereafter. And I deal with trade in services, so I like reminding people that really the backbone of digital trade is communication services, dealing with the telecommunication and the value-added telecoms that come with it. And so without developing the digital infrastructure, including the data centers, it will be very difficult for us to trade digitally. So we need to look at the whole ecosystem that is required to ensure that we support the implementation of the AfCFTA, and in so doing, we support the operationalization of the ATG.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Fibion Mutibura. I am from Zimbabwe. I represent CBZ Bank. It's the largest financial institution in Zimbabwe. I will be walking you through the experience that our customers have had with ATG. And I think this is to do with most of our importers and exporters who have indebted us with requests to be part of the global market space where we have 1.3 billion clients or market and 3.6 trillion GDP. So these customers are coming to us. We work very closely with AFREX. We have been able to collectively come up with products and services that support trade finance. In the process, we are fulfilling our mandate to close in the Indo-Africa trade gap, which obviously is quite lagging at the point if you compare regionally and globally. We have also seen quite a number of issues that they bring to us have to do with trust. When they go out into the region, they want a trusted partner, a verified partner. And when we then came up with ATG, we felt that this was the most appropriate platform to bring our clients into, to plug our clients rather, into the global marketplace, which is safe, secure, and verified. From a payment challenges that they face, once they get a market, they now worry about the payment system, the payment capabilities, and I think PAPS became quite handy in terms of the way they solve some of the foreign currency and currency risks, including, by the way, exchange control regulations. I think in a big way, it covers a lot of exchange control issues. In the same vein, our clients, most of which are SMEs, who are even represented here, some of the key challenges that they face is product knowledge.
Yes.
So when we plug them into the ATG, they have access to some of the complicated but sophisticated products that they would never have dreamt of without being part of the ATG.
Thank you. Let's follow up with you, Mike Ogbalu, please. A short introduction, and we're going to follow up with some questions.
So that's fine. Thank you. So for us, we essentially see that the route to Africa's prosperity is through trade. And given that Africa had been balkanized, broken into 54 territories, countries and territories, it became very clear that for us to create a big market, we needed to harmonize the rules, and the AfCFTA has done a fantastic job there. But trade doesn't happen without payments, and if payment becomes more efficient, it will improve on the values and the frequencies of trade. So what we've done is to try to attack that and to be that one of those operationalizing instruments of the AfCFTA to make payments efficient and to actually make it seamless and cheap, affordable for us to pay each other across the continent. So I'll speak more when next time.
Of course. Mrs. Wusu, please.
Moji Hampelowusu, President Woodhull Capital. We're a financial services firm. Typically, we raise international funding for banks, corporates, and governments. But we're market makers on the African Trade Gateway. And today, I'll be sharing experience from the Nigerian and West Africa region on some of the feedback that the clients have shared with us on perhaps some of the reasons why there is a slow adoption to ATG. As you know, Nigeria is actually quite foremost thinking in terms of technology. So technology adoption is not where the issues are. It's actually a sensitization of the product itself and an awareness of the benefits of the African Trade Gateway. I'll speak more about it during the course of the panel.
Thank you. So we start first round of questions, starting with you, Mr. Onia. It's all about trust and connecting ecosystem, about digital also. How the African Trade Gateway positioned to become the go-to ecosystem for bank and corporates seeking to scale cross-border trade across Africa?
No, thank you. So to put it quite simply, so the ATG is not a platform, rather it's an ecosystem. And that's important because it brings together everything a bank or a corporate will need to trade across Africa in one digital doorway. So we're talking about trust, right? We have Mansa, so you have verified African businesses, right? You're talking about payments, which the CEO is here to delve into that. we have intelligence, so market access information, real-time data, market insights, regulations, commerce, matchmaking, B2B, exporters, importers, suppliers, and connections to financiers and investments. So everything you would think about that you need to trade, that's what the ecosystem covers. So what it means really is that as a bank, you just onboard your SMEs, right? Like CBZ just said, bring on board your SMEs, your corporates into a ready-made ecosystem supported by Afreximbank, the AfCFTA, and our partners. So it means you don't have to worry about how to create market access for your clients. Just plug into an ecosystem that's ready-made, and suddenly your clients, your SMEs have access to verified partners and a marketplace. It's as simple as that, covering the entire continent and obviously the Caribbean in due course. So, but for the SMEs themselves, for the exporters and the corporates, it really means one word, it means scale, right? It means instead of struggling to get into market by market, instead of struggling to get to Algeria, then I gotta go to Tunisia, I'm going to Ghana, I plug into the ATG and I gain access to a continent-wide network, and that is what the ATG covers, and that is why it is the go-to ecosystem for trade in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Emily, Mr. Onia highlight the fact that ATG is more an ecosystem than a platform. So according to you, what are the most pressing digital trade challenges in Africa, and how will ATG address them to unlock intra-African and extra-African trade opportunities?
That's a very good question, and I think I'll follow up from what Emeka has said, that the ATG is an ecosystem, which means every part of ATG is solving a particular problem, trade problem that we have in the continent. And that's why, as an ecosystem, it's not the end. It's not that what has been developed now closes. Any other problem that will come up, ATG will be able to solve. And the different components of ATG is actually solving a key issue that we have in the continent. Payments issue, cross-border payments, trusted payments for that matter. PAPS then becomes the go-to place to see how do we deal with the fragmented payment systems that we have in the different countries. Gloria has shown us what the PAPS is being able to do. The different products that PAPS has are addressing the different also exchange, foreign exchange problems that the continent is facing. You have the MANSA. MANSA is dealing with trust across border. Then they're able to deal with the key KYC issues that we would otherwise be having. Now, then we have the trade intelligence, the trade platform, which then requires that you have all the information, and that is where even most of the information regarding the rules and regulations that have been agreed under the AfCFTA are also placed. You have the logistics component, that is the ATG Connect, which then looks at how then do we solve the logistics issues that we have in the continent. And all this then ties together with the work that we are doing at the AfCFTA. The protocol then gives room for it to be easier to actually move data cross-border. And there is a number of other key elements that we are working together with our colleagues from Afreximbank to see how then do we ensure that we have also digital identification across borders so that the trust component can become stronger, that even though your customer is beyond the border, you will still be able to trust them. And that will help us at the continental level to ensure that we can be able to trade more easily. Thank you.
We're going to follow up on the second question, Emily, with you about these important keys you mentioned. My question now is for you, Mr. Mutibura. From your experience with CBZ, what do corporate and SME clients value most when engaging in cross-border trade?
Thank you, Camille. So when corporates and SME are expanding, they are essentially answering an exam question which says, why am I going beyond my borders? That exam question is either for diversification, for expansion, to earn returns or margins. So we went deeper just to understand the type and profile of the customers who are essentially going beyond the borders. And what we picked is, first and foremost, they are looking for markets to expand their business. They have realized that the local market has limitations, but the regional market is much deeper. So accessing that 1.5 billion has become one of the game changers, and ATG became that platform where we had to just use for both our importers, exporters, and various stakeholders to place them into that, which also gave us an advantage as a bank to be part of that ATG platform as well, so that we can participate. Some of the real issues that they really appreciate about ATG is the profile of customers that they meet there. For example, an SME who is in a value chain supplying a big mining company or supplying an agric business is now suddenly able to import from Dangote, regardless of their size, simply because they've got this platform where they can actually access products and services without any intermediary and get the best price that they can. So that has been one of the game changers for our SME and corporates. From a corporate point of view, I think that has also capacitated the SMEs, assisted in enhancing their working capital cycle, and delivery turnaround time has become so assured, because a lot of these clients over years have lost a lot of money through non-existent wheeler dealers that you find on the internet. But with ATG, that is history now. Then in terms of once they get into the crux of the matter, I think we then realized that we actually had gaps as a bank in terms of the trade finance instruments. But our responsibility is therefore to make sure that there are enough tools of trade to make sure that they can access the goods and services and also open up markets that they want. We worked with AFREX to come up with products like your AFTRAF. I think this is one single product that we have really worked with them, where they guarantee our LCs. As we speak today, we are the holders of the best trade finance bank in Africa, all because of the relationship that we have with AFREX and also the technical partners that we work with, like your FCI as well, which is part of this. Then on the exchange control aspect, with ATG coming on board, we have, in a big way, addressed some of the complicated exchange control regulations. But more importantly, I think the aspect that we are advocating for, which I think AFREX needs to come to the party to help, is really to accelerate the harmonization of trade protocols that you were talking about, so that the rules and regulations can be standardized across the continent, so that it's easier for a product to move from one country to the other without unnecessarily going through a lot of pain. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up with Mike with this question. And based on Pan-African payment and settlement system experience, what do corporate and SME clients value most in terms of payment and settlement of cross-border trade, especially given FX shortage and volatile exchange rates?
Okay, so cross-border payments impact people in a number of ways. Again, people don't make cross-border payments just for the sake of making. It is to underpin some service or some exchange of goods. So to make those payments, cost is an issue. And cost comes in many ways. You know, cost comes from transactions routing through external correspondent banks. Okay, that increases the cost. Cost also comes from all these conversions multiple times that has to happen in terms of converting from one currency to the other. Cost also comes from the cost of processing, which we have more or less ensured that the cost of using PAPS is actually the lowest you can find on the continent, as low as 10% of what the next competition has, for example. So all these are ways that we have been able to lower costs. The other thing is speed. People need speed when they transact. If it takes me 3, 4, 5 days to confirm that a payment has arrived at the destination, it is 3, 4, 5 days that I should have used to turn around my inventory. In the case of PAPS, when you initiate a payment in one market, in the local currency of that market, it arrives at the beneficiary's account in a maximum of 120 seconds. And in fact, since we went live, we've been averaging about 7 seconds. Now, it's also important to note, because trust is also an issue. Every entity that joins the PAPS network has to be fully MANSA verified. But beyond that, we also have within the PAPS ecosystem a number of key infrastructure. We have our AML systems, we have our sanctions screening systems, we have our fraud management tool. Essentially, we are African, but we also want to be world-class, okay? So that is what you have that processes transactions in just a matter of 7 seconds. But beyond this, we have also looked at other things that affect customers, because we serve both governments, corporates, and individuals. We've had situations where businesses do business in one market, they have their revenue stock in that one market. So we created the PAPS Africa Currency Marketplace. And that has actually transformed how a lot of corporates do business in other countries in Africa. So we have, for example, and I'll just give this last example and I'll stop. We have an airline that was really struggling to keep some of its routes open, because he has sold tickets in multiple countries and had no ways of repatriating those monies. So with the Africa Currency Marketplace, this airline is able to get on the platform and say, I have this amount of Naira, I have this amount of cedis, I have this amount of Algerian dinar, yeah, but I need South African rands, I need Kenyan shillings, I need Egyptian pounds. And he's able to actually be matched with someone else who needs the currency that he has. Now, this platform is completely devoid of any foreign currency. All the quotes are local currency to local currency, and they're able to satisfy each other's needs. So we've looked at different areas of impact or pain points for consumers and all of our stakeholders, and we've actually taken steps to make sure that we take down those issues. And to finalize, we've decided also that we do not want anybody, because we open up our system to reviews by third parties from time to time against the principles for financial market infrastructure. We've also gone ahead to certify our systems to ISO 27001, 27701, and 22301. So no system in the world can say that it is superior in any way to what we have built in PAPS.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike, for sharing with us all these informations and tools. Mrs. Wusu, what practical insight can you share on how importers, exporters, and cross-border operators are responding to digital trade ecosystem like ATG?
Thank you. Before I start, I want to congratulate PAPS. I know I was there when you were launching, and I really questioned whether you could really do it in 10 seconds. And to hear 7 seconds is extremely impressive, and congratulations on that. I'll give practical and storytelling from Nigeria, where we predominantly market make for the African Trade Gateway. I think the first hurdle we had was in terms of the digital adoption of the ecosystem is trust. Ensuring a lot of we started by approaching the banks in Nigeria. asking that their SMEs or large corporates transact on the platform. There's a lot of interest. They are aware of the benefits, but it's the trust factor. A lot of these clients are crown jewels, should I say, in their banking system. And to give voluntarily the information of the cash flows, the trade flows of those clients was proven to be very difficult. These are clients that some of the banks have courted for decades. Anchor clients and perhaps, anchor depositors, those trade flows actually anchor a lot of deposits within their bank. So we found that the banks were slow in adoption because a lot of the large corporates are key clients of the organization. We then went further and decided to use our own network and our relationships with the large corporates and the SMEs to get them to interplay and to operate in the ecosystem. That we found was more successful because we're able to directly, without thinking of what the bank was losing, directly make presentations with the assistance of the HCG team, directly to CFOs, COOs, CEOs, outlining the benefits. A lot of the large corporates are actually thinking of expansion in Africa. It's been on their strategy outlook, and now finding a digital partner to help adopt that intra-Africa expansion. So what we've decided to do is focus on those large corporates, some SMEs that are thinking of expansion or already have business within Africa, but they do it bilaterally rather than digitally, and show them the benefits of it. Holding on to 2 or 3 to start as anchor of one large corporate or 2 large corporates, and we have some that we've signed up, and helping and assisting and facilitating, and most importantly, encouraging the adoption of the ecosystem. It's not enough to just sign them up. You need to actually encourage them in every way you know, i.e. showing them perhaps potential clients in Kenya, in other markets. So you just don't allow them to go and find those clients. You probably have to also facilitate some of those end users or end clients, and making sure that you keep and sit with them as partners, not just as adopters, but as partners, helping facilitating some of the benefits that you've shown them in those markets. I think those are 2 things I would say, the difference with the banks and why there's slow adoption. They do understand the benefits of the ecosystem, but there's the trust, letting go of some of those key clients, and then, of course, with the large corporates or SMEs, sitting with them, going the extra mile to ensure that they can see where those clients are. Doing a little bit of facilitation for them, I think, is where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have another round of questions. Time is running out, but actually the discussion is really interesting. I'm going to add, I think, 10 minutes, sorry, Anne Rose, to this panel. I'm going to follow up with you, Mr. Onia. In a crowded digital trade landscape, what makes today ATG different from other platforms claiming to support African trade?
All right, thank you. Because you have no time, I'll be snappy with it. So, I mean, that's the right question, actually. Thank you for that question. And yes, there are many platforms out there, but here's the difference. Most platforms are silos. Most platforms are domestic or even regional, in fact. So they may work in Nigeria or East Africa or EAC, SADC, or even Algeria as a country. But ATG was built for the entire continent, and that's the difference. One digital ecosystem, 54, 55 countries. So some platforms actually deal with one pain point. So they deal with e-commerce, some deal with payments, some maybe with freight, some with financing, but we are a holistic ecosystem that deal with all. So I'll put it this way. We are like a rail that connects them all. And so let me put it this way. You can't trade without trust. You can't grow without payments. You can't expand without data. And you can't scale without partners. And ATG provides all this for you to allow you to do that. So we weave together all these rails, payment rails, trust rails, rails for e-commerce. So we don't compete, we complement, and we connect. And that is why ATG is not just a platform, it's a foundation of digital trade for the AfCFTA. So I think, because this is the last question, I think, so for all the banks and exporters listening, join the ATG. This is not a platform, it's an ecosystem. There's no time like now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We invite all partners, of course, and participants to join this very important ecosystem. Emily, could you share key breakthroughs under the African Continental Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol and explain how this empower Africa Trade Gateway partners such as banks and corporates?
Okay, thank you. And as Emeka has said, we have to look at the time. So I'll try to keep it as basic as possible. And I think one of my co-panelists seated next to me did mention the issue of harmonization. That is one of the key elements that is important where the AfCFTA is concerned. We assist countries to harmonize their laws and regulation. So if we look at the Digital Trade Protocol, it's a harmonization of the laws and regulations that deal with digital trade. So it's a rule book for trading digitally. So if you look at it, you see issues of supporting electronic transactions, supporting e-signatures, e-contracts, all that, and for them to be trusted and accepted cross-border. So you also have issues of allowing cross-border data transfers. Most countries had become, was doing what we call localization of data, that my data is mine to be shared only in my country. But with the Digital Trade Protocol, you now have the acceptance that data can go cross-border. So there is more trust. So we are looking at it from that point of view. How then do we ensure that this sticks and that we are able to trade? You have the apart from the Digital Trade Protocol, I mentioned earlier, you have the Trading Services Protocol, where we have now, just last week, concluded the negotiations on the regulatory frameworks for communication services sector, which is a backbone for digital trade, and financial services sector, which will then support cross-border trade when it comes to payments. So you have a number of breakthroughs that will support the what we call the operationalization of the ATG. Apart from that, you have the key negotiations in terms of goods and services. Now, with the reduction of barriers in terms of tariffs, then you are able to then trade cross-border using the e-commerce platform, and in this case, the ATEX, using the rules and regulations that have already been set. So yes, I can take a whole day, but it just shows you the collaboration that is necessary between the AfCFTA Secretariat and what is being done under the ATG.
Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you for this answer. Thank you. I'm going to follow up with you, Mr. Mutibura, about financing gaps that could exist in the digital trade ecosystem. How can banks like CBZ and AfricSimbank strengthen support for cross-border e-commerce transactions?
Thank you very much. I think getting onboarded to ATG is just the beginning. The real work is from today going forward. Awareness, capacity building for both clients, buyers, exporters, including banks, the market itself. It needs to be capacitated to be able to sell the value that ATG. And as we were, I think as my good colleague was saying, the critical success factor for ATG is each one regionally has to be part of this platform. If we leave out other people, definitely this is going to either take so long for us to achieve our intended objectives, or we may not get there. But I wanted to just zoom in on the gaps that I really see in the space, which is around the SMEs. If you look at the SME funding, part of what we are getting really chokes the SMEs, whereas the objective is to make sure that we propel them into the mainstream of economic participation and drive the GDP and employment. The funding needs to be improved in terms of availability, cost, and also flexibility in terms of terms. So how do we think we can work around this? In my view, I think AFREX, together with participating banks, needs to come up with more of a value chain-based structure, where we don't necessarily look at the SME in particular, because the moment you look at the SME in particular, issues that come to mind is high risk, lack of collateral, succession, record keeping. It's all working against the SME. But if you look at the cash flow projections of the offtake, which is in this case we have already onboarded the corporates, we can actually have a back-to-back structures that supports SMEs. All we need is to get people who are entrepreneurial in nature, then we bring in, roll out financial literacy courses, but the financing bit should be catered for from that angle. Then the last point, whilst I still have got the mic, is, in my view, the future of banking is embracing ATG. By embracing ATG, you are accelerating trade and regional integration through implementation of the AFCFTA. We can't win when everyone is not on board. We are talking of exporters, importers, buyers, sellers, including the DFI banks that are supporting us with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My last question for you, Mike, is how has PAPS expanded ATG's reach to business, and what role do ecosystem actors play in extending these services and creating further growth opportunities?
Okay, I'll try to be very quick. What we've done so far is we've built a network, and this network we continue to expand. We intend to cover all of Africa. What that would mean is that in any part of the continent where you have produced a good or a service, you can easily receive payment, and that means you can actually expand your market beyond your initial geography. Now, a lot of the problems that we've seen in Africa is actually, they say it's high risk. They say, what they don't understand sometimes, they say it's high risk. But we find that a lot of times it's a data problem. It's a data problem, For example, and we have seen it, where the availability of data on, for example, a telephone network tells you that if someone is able to recharge his phone frequently every month, and the person makes as many calls as possible, then you can reliably lend him a certain amount of money. So you find that with increase in data, there's so much of the problems of the continent that we can solve. And we have all of this financial data being aggregated within the ATG. And of course, when you overlay this with payment data coming out of PAPS, then you can see that we can actually unlock so many value chains within the continent and grow the economy of the continent.
Thank you so much. My last question for you, Mrs. Wusu. How can financial institutions and ecosystem actors, Chamber of Commerce, Port, Customs, accelerate mass adoption of ATG?
They can act, first they need to trust, and they need to know what the ATG does. And I think the most important with all these agencies that you've mentioned is the mindset that you can do business with Africans. If they don't believe it, if the financial services, the chambers of commerce, if the export agencies, if foundationally they don't believe in Africa, if they don't believe in Intra-Africa, it cascades in the attitudes they have when they see transactions going on in the ATG. So the first thing is they need to first and foremost all believe in intra-Africa. They need to trust that Africans can do business with each other. They need to trust that PAPS can deliver just as any non-African platform. So you first need to trust the agencies that you're actually promoting. When they're able to do that, then their body language, when you're speaking to exporters, you're speaking to importers, is one of confidence in who we are. So once we tackle that, you would find that the uptake on all these MANTA, ATG, PAPS, even using indigenous market makers to approach the ecosystem, you would find that the uptake of these services and all the other importers and exporters, we need to believe that an African can produce shoes at the standards that you're going to buy in Europe. If you don't inherently believe in that, then you don't believe in the ATG. You need to believe that an African can make a corporate outsuit for men, that you can go in there and shop. You need to believe that magnesium or whatever the commodities are. So once we are able to tackle that, and it's not all from a rhetorical statement, we need to do the work to make sure that our products are at those standards. We need to make sure that what we are saying about Africa is that we're comparing them like for like with what the global competitors are. So we need to do a bit of inward work in the standards of what we're producing and making sure that people are aware that products like that exist within Africa. Once we're able to do those two things, we'll find that the other players will fall in line and there'll be an uptake in African products. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we extend our thanks to all our panelists. Please, a round of applause to all of you. Thank you for sharing with us your commitment, your vision, and your leadership also. And thank you for being with us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. يعطيكم الصحة. شكرا. So, to close today's discussion, we now welcome Mrs. Anne Rose. Please join the stage. Senior Manager. The photo, of course. I wanted to make it at the end, but we can make it right now. So, a photo for all our distinguished panelists. Thank you. As I said before, this side event is one of the most important side event of this EITF 2025. And we've had a lot of information, a lot of tours about how African Trade Gateway is changing the face of our economy and our continent. Thank you so much. Thank you. So Anne Rose, Senior Manager, Digital Business at AfCFTA Bank. You're going to share with us what is ATG, why it matters, and progress to date.
So thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you for staying with us to this moment. I'll quickly summarize what the different session speakers have said, so that as you walk out with the core of the message and become part of this growing community. And in my country, in Kenya, we call it a movement. So we don't want any one of you to be left behind. So to move very quickly, just as has been said, the ATG is not just a platform. It's a connected ecosystem addressing specific challenges that we've faced and we continue to face unless we ourselves as African countries, as African businesses, as African banks decide intentionally to adopt and make our businesses take advantage of the services. So in terms of summary, you've been taken through how we do the trade through ATEX, how we ensure that the businesses that come on board can trust each other through the Mansa Digital Initiative, how we provide market information so that businesses can find opportunities, understand the regulations, and most importantly, start getting the AfCFTA rules of origin within the trade intelligence. You've been taken through the connections with our partners to ensure that once businesses are in the ATG, they can connect with the financing partners who are banks, they can connect with freight and logistics partners, and like the director in AfCFTA mentioned, it's not the end. We will keep bringing in more partners and more services within the ATG. And last but not least, the banks are at the center of it, because without banks we cannot finance, we cannot do the payments. PAPS cannot be able to meet every last mile need, and so the banks are very critical. And that's why we are saying that it's a connected ecosystem. It's not just a single technology tool or platform. So in summary, why it matters, if you think about what the different speakers from our MD in trade finance to the panelists to the presentation done on PAPS, you can break it down into two perspectives. So you have the long term and the short term. So the short term goals are basically what has been spoken around, making sure that businesses can take advantage of opportunities that exist, opportunities that the AfCFTA has created. But then in the long term, as has been mentioned by the panelists, is to reconfigure the reasons as to why we as Africans don't trust and trade with each other. So there's a long-term view, but there's a most important and immediate need that businesses can start taking advantage of. And really the thing is to say, don't wait for the long-term view. Don't wait for it to be the Alibaba of Africa for you to join. We want you to join now, build it with us, and make it work for you, because we are doing it for you. We are not doing it for the institutions that are partnering. This has already been spoken in terms of numbers. So like we mentioned, it's a community. The digital tools are enabling us to converge the community, enable the community to connect amongst each other and be able to trade with trust, and the numbers speak for themselves. So it's a growing community. So in conclusion, what I can say, and the rest of the teams have said as they presented, is that Africa's trade is calling on all of us. We must be intentional, and the action is really up to us. So today we are calling in all the banks, all the businesses that are at IATF, and those that are not in IATF, trade supporting institutions, and anyone in the trade ecosystem to make a decision today and jump in to the ATG. In fact, as a matter of showing that we are very serious, you will get a notification right now, and there's a team already in the back office that is waiting to onboard you on the ATG. I thank you very much, and I hope to see the numbers that I just shared here moving from 35 countries to 55 countries to over 1 million customers by next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anne Rose. Thank you for this inspiring spotlight, and we extend our thanks, of course, to all our panelists for sharing with us their vision and all the tools. So as we leave the room, let us remember that Africa Trade Gateway is not just a tool. As you said, Mr. Onia, it's a real ecosystem. It connects businesses, banks, and service providers into a trusted ecosystem. It breaks down barriers. It turns fragmented markets into accessible opportunities. But ATG, Africa Trade Gateway, is only as powerful as the community behind it. The call to action is clear, so adopt it, use it, and grow it. Thank you so much.
lifting up, nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up, nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day, it's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 oh. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day, it's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward. We're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward. We're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on.
السيدات والسادة، يرجى التقدم في الأمام، يوجد أماكن فارغة. Ladies and gentlemen, please move forward. There is empty space in front. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. السيدات والسادة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع. نستمع قبل كل شيء إلى النشيد الوطني الجزائري. نستمع الآن إلى النشيد الوطني لجمهورية زيمبابوي. السيدات والسادة، على هامش فعاليات معرض التجارة البينية الإفريقية AfCFTA 2025 الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز التعاون وبناء شراكات اقتصادية واعدة في القارة الإفريقية، نتشرف اليوم بافتتاح أشغال منتدى الأعمال الجزائري الزيمبابوي، وعليه ندعو إلى المنصة كل من السادة السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. السيد رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة السيد كمال حمني. ال سفير جمهورية زيمبابوي بالجزائر السيد وزمازين طونا. السيد جلموري زناموي مدير التبادلات الإفريقية البينية بأفريكزيم بانك. السيد آلان ماجورو المدير التنفيذي لزيم تريد. السيد فارسيني المدير بالعلاقات والتعاون والجالية الدياسبورا بزيم تريد. السيد فرنيسي السيد فرانيسي، السيدة فرانيسي تفضل المنصة. السيد رابح فصيح مدير ترقية ودعم المبادلات الاقتصادية بوزارة الشؤون الخارجية. وعليه ندعو السيد كمال حمني رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة لافتتاح أشغال المنتدى، فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا، بارك الله فيك. السلام عليكم. Excellences, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, Monsieur l'ambassadeur et directeur général auprès des Affaires étrangères, Monsieur Genmour Zenamoui, directeur Intra-African Trade Bank, AfCFTA Bank, Monsieur Alain Majourou, directeur général de Zimtrad, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des entreprises algériennes et zimbabwéennes, chers membres de la presse, chère assistance, c'est un immense honneur de se réunir aujourd'hui avec nos amis zimbabwéens à l'occasion de la tenue de la 4e édition qui constitue un rendez-vous continental majeur. À cet effet, cette rencontre représente une occasion privilégiée de consolider les liens d'amitié et renforcer la coopération bilatérale et reflète aussi la volonté des deux pays à enrichir et à développer un partenariat économique solide et mutuellement bénéfique. Il est vrai que la balance des échanges commerciaux entre l'Algérie et le Zimbabwe demeure très faible et timide, ce qui nous oblige à faire de notre mieux pour booster les relations économiques entre nos deux pays et permettre aux hommes d'affaires d'examiner les opportunités de partenariat, et ce, à travers la redynamisation du Conseil d'affaires créé le 19 juillet 2025 en présence de notre président, M. Tebboune, entre l'ACACI et la Chambre de commerce du Zimbabwe. Je remercie aussi notre DG, M. Kouedele, de nous avoir organisé tout ce travail. Vous êtes remerciés pour ça. La communauté d'affaires des deux pays est appelée à contribuer fortement au renforcement des liens de partenariat afin d'assurer une dynamique croissante sur tous les plans. Les relations entre l'Algérie et le Zimbabwe sont empreintes d'amitié et se construisent grâce à une ambition partagée de développer leurs échanges économiques. Mesdames et Messieurs, outre le climat des affaires favorables et l'ensemble des mesures stratégiques adoptées par le gouvernement pour attirer les investissements étrangers dans tous les secteurs d'activité, l'Algérie dispose d'un atout structurel, secteur d'activité. L'Algérie, l'atout structurel favorable à l'émergence d'un tissu industriel dynamique et compétitif, à savoir sa position géostratégique, sa performance économique avantageuse, sa croissance solide basée sur les fondamentaux sains, l'accès à un marché de 1 milliard de consommateurs africains, arabes, mais aussi européens, une main-d'œuvre qualifiée au coût compétitif, une culture d'ouverture et de la tolérance, une stabilité politique dans un vrai environnement démocratique et apaisé, ce qui continue à renforcer l'attractivité de la destination Algérie. Sans oublier, je signale aussi que l'Algérie est le premier pays en Afrique, mis à part les Seychelles et les Maurice, avec un IDH. Ça, c'est une remarque personnelle. Nous savons pertinemment que les exportations algériennes ne nécessitent pas un IDH assez élevé. Donc, j'attire l'attention des opérateurs que l'Algérie se prépare à des exportations de haute technologie, vu l'IDH quand on fait un comparatif avec les autres pays. Sur le plan africain, l'adhésion à nos deux pays à la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf par abréviation, représente un espace adéquat pour intensifier le commerce bilatéral algéro-zimbabwéen et contribuer au développement des économies de nos États et la prospérité de nos peuples. Je suis très optimiste. Notre rencontre aujourd'hui confirme la volonté de chacun de nous à œuvrer à l'amélioration du climat des affaires entre les deux pays, à encourager des initiatives ayant pour objectif le rapprochement des communautés d'affaires, développer, optimiser, consolider, solidifier, prospérer et aspirer. Tels sont les mots d'ordre de notre rencontre aujourd'hui, qui incarnent la détermination de nos deux pays à l'effet d'exaucer les souhaits politiques en partenariat économique avantageux et bénéfique dans tous les secteurs économiques. Enfin, je voudrais vous renouveler toute la disponibilité de la Chambre algérienne de commerce et d'industrie pour œuvrer en commun avec la partie zimbabwéenne à resserrer davantage la coopération économique et commerciale entre les entreprises algériennes et les entreprises zimbabwéennes. À la fin, je voudrais vous renouveler la disponibilité tout entière de la Chambre de commerce, de la Chambre algérienne de commerce et d'industrie pour œuvrer, comme le veut la coutume, à resserrer davantage la coopération économique et commerciale entre les entreprises algériennes et zimbabwéennes, tout en souhaitant un franc succès aux travaux de cette rencontre. Et je vous remercie de votre attention.
شكرا السيد كمال حمدي رئيس الغرفة الجزائرية للتجارة والصناعة على دعمكم ومرافقتكم المستمرة للمتعامل الاقتصادي. والآن ليتقدم مشكورا تحت تصفيقاتكم السيد فوسومو زينتونا سفير جمهورية زيمبابوي بالجزائر.
Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour tout le monde. I have the honor to welcome you to this Algeria-Zimbabwe Business Forum. I want to make a few acknowledgements. The President of the Algerian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Director in charge of Economic Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Genmo Zamamwe from Afrexim Bank, and the ZimTed Chief Executive Officer, and my colleague, Mrs. Faranisi. I also want to acknowledge the presidents of the Chambers of Commerce of Bumades and Tizuzu, who have found the time to join us here. We hope we can do business with you. We want to congratulate our Algeria for this successful hosting and for bringing this trade and investment show to Algeria. It's been a wonderful opportunity to experience the exchanges right from the round table, the presidential round tables, to all the other forums that have been held here. And we want to thank you very much and to say you can give us dates, we'll give you blueberries. We already give you Virginia tobacco, but we can also give you cigars if you like to smoke. We have diverse value-added products at our stand, and I will invite you to go and visit our stand to see the confectionery, the crafts, the coffee, and a variety of other products that we have at our stand. And I want to welcome you to this forum and hope we can share information through this forum, which will drive our business forum, our business exchanges forward. Zimbabwe is open for business. Shukran, thank you very much.
شكرا سعادة السفير انطونا لحرصكم المستمر على الدفع بالعلاقات الثنائية بين البلدين. والآن ليتقدم مشكورا تحت تصفيقاتكم الدكتور جيلموري زاناموي مدير بنك التجارة البينية الإفريقية بأفريكزيم بنك.
Thank you very much, MC, and I will stand on existing protocol, and this is one thing, having worked with President Obasanjo for a while, this is one thing that I've learned, that you just stand on existing protocol and you don't then go on to repeat the protocol. So with the wise guidance from our chairman of the ITF Advisory Council, I would like to welcome everybody to this important session. And I know that Zimbabwe has always been proactive in terms of organizing trade and investment forums. They did it in Egypt, and I was also not surprised when they informed us that they want to also do another one with Algeria. At AfCFTA Bank, we are basically at the heart of supporting and promoting trade and investment. AfCFTA Bank has actually established a department that focuses on promoting trade and investment. And this is what we've been doing, because we all know that intra-African trade is very low. We also know that equally intra-African investment is very low, and we actually prefer to call it ADI. I know that some of you are used to the concept of FDI, foreign direct investment, but at AfCFTA Bank, we believe that there is a lot of untapped potential in investment that can be done by other African countries. Algeria investing in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe investing in Algeria is a classical example of what we call Africa direct investment. And we really need to promote this kind of investment. And it also ties in very well with what His Excellency Tebon said on the very first day when he called for the continent to ensure that we focus on African solutions for African problems. We know that we've got a huge gap in terms of infrastructure. The deficit is very huge. We need about $170 billion to fix the infrastructure challenges that we have in this continent. And I know there are a number of Algerian companies that are very strong in the construction sector. Why not collaborate with Zimbabwe and other countries in Southern Africa and assist them to actually build the infrastructure? So these are the type of investment that we are actually trying to promote. We know that Algeria is very strong also in the electronics and also the fast-moving consumer goods and in the agricultural implements, and they also manufacture some tractors. I was actually looking at that as a potential opportunity for some of those companies, the Algerian company that is manufacturing tractors. You can go and set up a plant also in Zimbabwe and supply Southern Africa. We know Iris is another key player in the automotive industry. You can explore opportunities for investing in Zimbabwe, and these are the opportunities that we are trying to promote. And at AfCFTA Bank, we do not just stop at the twinning or matchmaking, but we also bring within ourselves the key instruments, products that will actually support an Algerian company that is interested in investing in Zimbabwe. We will look at what do you need. You may have probably the technical know-how, the technology, but you may require equity. We can come in as AfCFTA Bank with our Fund for Export Development in Africa, FEDA, and provide equity for you to be able to actually go and invest. We can also provide you with a range of investment guarantees to guarantee that when you go to Zimbabwe, we can actually vouch for the government of Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe has been a member of AfCFTA. It's actually where we put our first branch in Harare, which covers Southern Africa. So AfCFTA fully understands the business environment in Zimbabwe. We don't want anybody from outside to tell us about the risks in Zimbabwe, because as AfCFTA, we are there, we have our offices there, and we understand the risk, and we will also back you with our financial guarantees, whether it's project finance, whether they are payment guarantees. You invest in Zimbabwe, you are not sure whether you'll be able to repatriate your money back to Algiers. AfCFTA has got a range of guarantees that you can actually use to be able to have peace of mind, so that when you invest, you ensure that you'll get good returns for your money. We also have a project preparation facility which can actually help you to also prepare your project to bankability. These are the tools that we put at the disposal. And we also focus on arranging these types of setups and investment promotion. We are doing this here in Algiers, but I think we believe that it may actually be good after this trade fair for Algerian business people to also reciprocate. We would like to see you in Harare in the next, probably in the near future, to also take your business people to Harare to go and explore investment opportunities in Zimbabwe. We are working under the theme that this is basically the gateway for new opportunities. Algeria is the gateway. Yes, there are opportunities that we've seen in a number of sectors that I've mentioned. Of course, there is the debt. I think Ambassador talked about the debts and the blueberry swap. I think we need to action that, because we have also put a facility in Zimbabwe that is going to boost the production of a number of agricultural products, not only the dates, but we'll be supporting other agricultural products. We would like Algeria to take a careful look at some of the products you are importing from outside Africa and see if you cannot work with Zimbabwe to actually produce those products and supply them to Algeria. We can actually work with you, identify the investors that want to go and invest in the agricultural sector. It could be potatoes is another area where I learned that Algeria has got some expertise. You can actually partner with Zimbabwe and have access to land that you can use to produce something that you can actually send here to Algeria. So we have backed it up with a 2 billion facility to support agricultural production and processing. So from AfCFTA, we believe that the finance is there. We just need to build on the good bilateral relationship that you have and now focus more on the economic benefits of this relationship. And from AfCFTA, I would like to ensure that whatever we discuss here, the deals that are going to be completed, we would like to assure you that AfCFTA will be there to support you to ensure that those deals are fully implemented. And I wish you future good deliberations and discussions. I would like to see some of the business people from Zimbabwe and Algeria after this session so that we can discuss further opportunities. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيدي الدكتور زناموي لرغبتكم المستمرة بالارتقاء بالقارة الإفريقية وتنظيمكم للطبعة الرابعة لمعرض التجارة البينية الإفريقية بالجزائر. الآن يتقدم السيد آلان ماجور والمدير التنفيذي لزيم تريد لتقديم مداخلة حول فرص التصدير بجمهورية زيمبابوي.
Salam alaikum. Again, salam alaikum. Thank you very much. I think, can I have the PowerPoint? If you can allow me, maybe you can go down to sit so that you can see the short presentation. President, Ambassador, you can go and sit so that I can take you through the presentation. So this is just my presentation outline. I will not waste much time on that, but can you allow me to ride on the established protocol? So for people who don't know where Zimbabwe is, this is where we are. And people call us landlocked, but we believe we are land-linked. So you can come and set up your businesses in Zimbabwe, and you have the advantage of distributing all your products to Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia. So we are strategically located for you to do business with us. So one key thing that our president always says, His Excellency President Idi Mnangagwa, in Zimbabwe, it's easy to count minerals that we don't have than to count minerals we have. So we have got all the minerals you might need for you to do business. So we would like for you to come to do value addition and beneficiation so that we can also improve our exports. And also one key thing that we pride ourselves as Zimbabwe is we are a very peaceful country, a very loving, and also we are one of the most literate countries in Africa. So as you saw our ambassador talking, very peaceful, very loving, so you should come to Zimbabwe because this is what you see when you come to do business in Zimbabwe. In terms of dominant sectors, these are our key sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and mining. And I would think all of you are aware that recently we have been awarded the rights to host the IATF offices in Harare, which is a significant move for us. Thank you very much. So us hosting IATF offices also brings with it more investment opportunities in exhibition centers, in hotels, just to mention a few. Infrastructure, you are good at infrastructure. All those things I think would want you to come and work with us to make sure that we put up a good show when we host such events. In terms of Algeria trade and Zimbabwe, I think the trade is not that much. Sorry, this is for our trade as Zimbabwe. This is just showing our trade as we go. But this is just showing where we do business with when we export. Our key exporter is UAE, followed by South Africa. But the challenge is I'm not seeing Algeria there in the top 10. So I hope the discussions that we're having here, next time when we meet, when you come to Zimbabwe, in 6 months' time, Algeria is going to be in the top 10 as a business partner when we do business. But also, when we look at what we export, minerals are a key component, followed by tobacco, processed foods, manufactured tobacco, horticulture, and agri-implements and implements. So all these areas also give us an opportunity to say, where can we work together in terms of creating beneficial economic linkages? This is just trade with Algeria. It's very insignificant. It's not that big. But for us, we are not looking at it as a challenge. We are looking at it as opportunity for us to do more business. And why Zimbabwe? We are a member of COMESA, SADC, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which you are also part of. And also, we have got a trade agreement with the EU, but also we've got all those bilateral trade agreements that you can exploit when you do business and you invest in Zimbabwe. In terms of export opportunities, I think the ambassador mentioned blueberries. So our climate gives us very good comparative advantage. We've got a non-GMO policy. Our goods are organic. So I can make a bet with you right now that if you go anywhere, even in Europe, and if you buy fresh produce, blueberries, avocados, or mashed and sugar snap peas, if they taste nice, don't look at the label, they come from Zimbabwe. So we are inviting you to come to Zimbabwe and work with us so that you can also taste the same and even export the same. In terms of also horticulture, I think we are also good in superfoods, you know, low in calories and high in nutrients. We do them. The sweet potatoes, the rock melons, even the melons. I have seen here there's huge consumption of watermelons. And I think if you come and you taste ours, I believe you are going to invest in agriculture in Zimbabwe and export the same melons here. And also sesame, I know you're interested in it. We've got a lot of sesame that we have that we can export, and even things to do like pineapples and chilies. But also, I think we need to partner in equipment and machinery. There we need to partner, set up base in Zimbabwe, manufacture, and then export to the neighboring countries because we are strategically located. Even on the fast-moving consumer goods, I know you are very good as Algeria, but we can work together to make sure that we increase production so that we cater for the huge market that is there in Africa and beyond. But also, as was said, we are very good when it comes to tobacco. I think our tobacco quality is one of the best, highly regarded in the world. And the sector has been growing very well. So would like to partner in value addition, investments to value add, and even to grow the tobacco and even export. And we are even now doing cigars, President. We are doing cigars in Zimbabwe. I don't know if you smoke. You stopped, but I want to give you this so that you can try, so that you see we can start again or stop. So let me know when you've started so that I can tell the producers that the cigarettes are good. Also, we do a lot of cosmetics, oils that we do, indigenous, organic, moringa, marula, baobab. We can produce a lot of this, and we encourage you to also come through and see how best we can value it to export this. You know, I started using these oils also. You can look at my skin. My wife told me I'm looking much more younger than I was before when I started using this. So I'm encouraging the men. It's not only for the women. Yeah, we've got samples at our stand where you can use and tell me the results afterwards. They are for free now, so come to our stand and I can give you so that you can also get good compliments from your spouses. Baobab, I've spoken about. These are organic things that we're using. Also, we are very good in leather and would like to partner in especially value addition because we produce a lot of hides in Zimbabwe. A lot of hides. And I'm not lying. These wallets make you have more money when you put them in your pocket. So I'm going to give one to special guests. So let me know when your money multiplies, when you use that wallet. It's quite magical, but this is the leather being made by youths from Zimbabwe. You can even smell it. Yeah, you smell it's real leather. It's not fake. Thank you very much. But also, we have got an investment arm called ZIDA that facilitates investments, and I think they do all these three. I'm just talking on their behalf, but their contacts the team has, so that you can follow through on what you need to do in terms of investments. So they've got also an online portal that they have for matchmaking investors with our local companies. So I encourage you to visit their website to look at what they are doing. So this is the process that they have. It's a one-stop shop center where you get all your services in terms of investment. And with those few remarks, I would like to part by saying I would encourage you to visit our digital online platform to see what we have to offer Zimbabwe. And you see that picture there shows you Victoria Falls, the seventh wonder of the world. That is the view you see from Zimbabwe. Shukran, Saha.
شكرا سيد الماجور والمدير التنفيذي لزيم تريد على عرضكم الشامل لفرص التجارة في زيمبابوي والتي من شأنها بدفع عجلة التبادل التجاري بين البلدين. شكرا. الآن تقدم السيدة فرانيزي المديرة العامة للتعاون الاقتصادي والتجارة الدولية بوزارة الخارجية والتجارة الدولية لجمهورية زيمبابوي.
Mr. President, let me first apologize for not mastering the greeting in Algerian language. But I think bonjour à tous will do. Thank you. Bonjour à tous. Great. Let me also take cues from the director of AfCFTA, Dr. Kenmo Sanamwe, for not going through the protocols through and through, but to simply ride on the protocols that have been observed. I would have loved to address each one of you specially or specifically, but I think I should follow the protocol. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be with you all at this important event, the Algeria Business People Dialogue, which has been convened just after the signing of the agreement establishing Algeria-Zimbabwe Joint Business Council during this past Algeria-Zimbabwe Joint Permanent Commission on Cooperation, which was held here in Algiers in July, which is just about a month or so away. It was a very pleasant time for Zimbabwe to be here to cement the relationships with Algeria. This dialogue means a lot to Zimbabwe. It is a result of careful work, dedication, cooperation, and closeness in terms of the ties and relationships we have between our two countries, that is Zimbabwe and Algeria. I would want to say a few things about our being here and how happy we are on the basis of the facilitation that has come to us from the government of Algeria. That said, let me go into the real business of the day. Algeria is indeed a strategic partner for us, Zimbabwe, in North Africa. And it presents immense opportunities for collaboration in various sectors of the economy. I won't be going into detail because we have already been informed by both the ambassador, by the AfCFTA Bank, and just now by our Zimtrade. Please note that a country that does not trade is not going to grow. This is what we say in Zimbabwe. And because of that, we want to reach out, to interact with countries that are our good friends, like Algeria. We have plenty in agriculture, it has been said, plenty in mining, it has been said again, and we also look to Algeria partnering with us in areas such as hydrocarbons so that we have access and progress in the areas of energy. Manufacturing and industrialization, it also has been mentioned already, just to cement. But in all this, we need capacity building. It must be very clear that it's not just a question of us wanting Algeria to come and partner with us, bringing their equipment and setting up business, but we need capacity building so that we grow also as a nation. Zimbabwe is a beautiful country. If you remember from the video, you were shown the seventh wonder of the world, which is the mighty Victoria Falls. But that points us to the area of tourism and culture between our two nations. We really look forward to strengthening and promoting heritage-based exchanges and strengthen people-to-people ties and brand Africa as a united destination. We have another important aspect that we collaborate with Algeria on, that is in the area of education. Education is what brings business people together. Without education, we don't really cover much ground. Mr. President and ladies and gentlemen, I think we are very ready to do business with Algeria. A call has already been put forward to invite the Algerian business people to Zimbabwe, and please, please, we are looking forward to you coming to join us in the shortest time possible. If it is possible, we would like to end the year on a very high note to put on our books that Algeria was here. Zimbabwe was in Algeria. It would really be wonderful. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سيدة فرنيزي على مداخلتكم حول العلاقات الثنائية بين البلدين والشراكات الاستراتيجية كذلك بين البلدين. ليتقدم السيد رابح فصيح مدير ترقية ودعم المبادلات الاقتصادية بوزارة الشؤون الخارجية لتقديم كلمته، فليتقدم مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. أولا وقبل كل شيء أود أن أتوجه إليكم جميعا وأعبر عن سعادتي في هذه المناسبة، مناسبة انعقاد هذا المنتدى الاقتصادي مع إخواننا وأخواتنا من جمهورية زيمبابوي الشقيقة، وأتمنى لكم جميعا التوفيق في هذه الأشغال، كما أريد أن أؤكد لكم استعداد وزارة الشؤون الخارجية على مرافقة كل الجهود التي تبذلونها من أجل تعزيز التعاون الاقتصادي والشراكة مع زيمبابوي في كافة المجالات. اسمحوا لي أن أتوجه أيضاً إلى أصدقائنا الذين أتوا من جمهورية زيمبابوي، وأقدم لهم بعض الكلمات باللغة الإنجليزية إذا كان سمحتم. Your Excellency Ambassador Visumusi Ntonga, Ambassador of Zimbabwe to Algeria, Dr. Gilmore Zanawi, Director of Trade, Facilitation and Investment Promotion at Afreximbank, Mrs. Faramsi, Chief Director of Economic Cooperation, International Trade and Diaspora at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe. Mr. Kamal Hamni, President of the Algerian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Alan Majori, Chief Executive Officer of Zim Trade, senior officials from the government and partners institutions, distinguished captains of industry and representatives of the private sector, press representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to deliver today a few words on the occasion of holding of the Zimbabwe-Algeria Trade and Investment Business Forum. Allow me at the outset to warmly welcome our distinguished guests from the sister Republic of Zimbabwe and wish them a good stay in Algeria, as well as I commend all partners who have worked tirelessly to make this important engagement possible. The present Business Forum reflects the shared vision of our countries to strengthen economic ties and deepen further our bilateral cooperation. Algeria attaches a great importance to diversifying trade and partnerships and fostering mutually beneficial investment. Zimbabwe, with its rich natural resources, growing industry base and dynamic private sector, offers strong opportunities for collaboration with Algerian business. During today's keynotes, we have heard and registered about the complementarities between Algerian and Zimbabwean economies, the diverse opportunities and synergies existing in many sectors in Zimbabwe, such as agriculture, mining, manufacturing, tourism, and services, present undoubtedly a solid foundation for sustainable partnerships. It's the same case for Algeria, which offers many opportunities also in different sectors as energy, renewable energies, pharmaceutical products, industry, tourism, and others. As public authorities, our role for both sides is to ensure, as we are doing it every day, an enabling environment that facilitates trade, attracts investment, and supports innovation. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Algeria, I reaffirm here our total commitment to working closely with the Republic of Zimbabwe and all stakeholders to transform these aspirations into tangible and concrete outcomes. I thank you all for your active participation and wish you fruitful discussions and promising partnerships. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
شكرا سيدي رابح فصيح لسعيكم المستمر لترقية ودعم المبادلات التجارية. الآن ليتقدم مرة أخرى ضيوفنا للمنصة من أجل فتح جلسة الأسئلة والأجوبة. سيد رابح فصيح. سيدة فرانيزي الرجاء الالتحاق بالمنصة. الآن نفتح المجال لجلسة الأسئلة والأجوبة. يرجى رفع اليد في حال طرح الانشغال. شكرا.
A very good afternoon. I have a small question or contribution. When we came from Harare to Algiers, it took us exactly 24 hours, and we had to go out of Africa first into Dubai, a layover of 8 hours, then back to Africa. Is there any talks in having connection, direct connection between Zimbabwe and Algeria for our trade to be successful? And I understand Algiers airline is doing quite well. Is there a possibility that, Mr. President, you can put a word on our behalf? Thank you.
Bonsoir, messieurs. Normalement, ce n'est pas un président de chambre qui doit répondre à cette question, mais comme j'ai l'information, c'est-à-dire comment régler ce problème de lien direct avec Harare, je pense que ça va être très prochain. Nous avons la politique de notre président qui nous pousse à faire des liens directs avec des pays africains. Ça, c'est la politique algérienne, avec des pays frères et amis. Comme vous savez, la compagnie Tassili Airlines a été absorbée par Air Algérie avec ses 12 aéronefs et qu'il va y avoir une compagnie pour les lignes intérieures. Donc, tous les autres cargos et les avions seront destinés à l'international. Nous avons aussi 16 avions qui vont arriver, c'est des gros porteurs, 15 pour le transport des voyageurs et 1 pour le transport des marchandises. Donc, avec cette flotte, nous pouvons donc espérer qu'il y ait une liaison directe avec plusieurs capitales. Mais j'attire l'attention de cet opérateur qui dit qu'on a fait 24 heures. Si on doit ouvrir une ligne, il faut qu'elle soit rentable. Évidemment, on ne va pas dire qu'à la première année, elle va être rentable, mais du moins qu'il y ait des échanges économiques entre les deux pays. Là, à ce moment-là, nous pouvons accélérer donc les échanges et rapidement rendre la ligne très, très rentable. Je peux vous signaler, par exemple, qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, à Abidjan, on avait une seule liaison. Avec les échanges, on est passé à 3 avions par semaine. Récemment, on avait ouvert des lignes vers l'Afrique du Sud, Johannesburg, on a ouvert à Douala, on a ouvert à Addis Abeba, Abuja, mais seulement, comme il y a une très forte demande en période estivale, on a détourné les avions sur le besoin, mais on reprendra dès que les avions viendront. Et si vous faites la demande, je dis à notre ambassadeur de faire la demande pour ouvrir une ligne. Nous, on va appuyer de notre côté au niveau de la Chambre. Merci.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. نأخذ مداخلة ثانية.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mohamed Yahyawi. I'm from Algeria. I have a company registered in Uganda, and I am of the early people who have followed the presidential's will to do business and to interact with other African countries. And Uganda is not just chosen by, it was very important because it was centrally governed, and we could communicate and interact with other African countries. I've got to tell you that initially the idea was the trade would be from Uganda to Algeria, but we have expanded. And I would like, my question is addressed to His Excellency Visumu of the Zimbabwean ambassador. We have heard, and throughout the walk we had within these stands here, that your country not only is potentially interesting, the same as other countries, but if you have some specific projects, investments, we wish to contribute as a subcontract to those projects. I'm thinking of railways. I'm also thinking of any other project dealing with the agro-industry. There is a huge potential, and I am one of those volunteers who are going to visit Zimbabwe next month during the Export Trade Fair in Harare. So I hope I will get something tangible from you here, something concrete, and I will hope I'll come out of this room with more expectancies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not the ambassador. The ambassador is there, but he has told me to answer. So we have an investment prospectus that outlines projects that are there for people to invest in for Zimbabwe. So before you leave the door, like you said, we are going to give you the same so that you can see which areas or what projects you can partake in Zimbabwe, but would also make it available to everyone here so that they can also read through on that prospectus. I thank you.
نلتزم ببرنامج المنتدى ونأخذ سؤال أخير.
Thank you, facilitator. Mine may not be a question, but there could be a question in there. I'm in the coffee sector and I work with small-scale coffee farmers in Zimbabwe. And I have observed that Algeria does consume a lot of coffee. The opportunity that I may present, the opportunity that I may present is that, you know, our farmers are cultured and trained to produce for Europe. So Algeria, as a big consumer of coffee, you have an opportunity to come down to Zimbabwe and invest in the production of coffee in Zimbabwe for your consumption here. Zimbabwe currently specializes in Arabica. I have established that Algeria likes Robusta. We also have perfect conditions for producing Robusta. It just needs investment. In terms of the quality that Zimbabwe has of coffee, Zimbabwe, I always say, Ethiopia produces the Ferrari of coffees. Zimbabwe produces the Toyota. A Ferrari is nice, but not everybody wants to drive a Ferrari. People need more Toyotas, and Zimbabwe is the right place to produce your Toyotas of coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. نلتزم بجدول منتدى الأعمال وننتقل للكلمة الختامية مع السيد ستيفان نكاربي رئيس فرع ماتابي لاند لاتحاد الصناعات في زيمبابوي. فليتقدم مشكورا تحت تصفيقاتكم السيد ستيفان نكاربي.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I would have wanted to greet you in the local language or in French, so I'm trying to go for lessons to learn French so that at least I'll be able to speak next time when I'm invited to this event. Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Move. I'm the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries President for Matabeleland Chamber. We have got the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries in all regions in our country. We have got a national president that I also represent today. Our ride on the protocols already observed. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of today's important dialogue, allow me to express my deep appreciation to you all who have made this event a success. I remember during the roadshow, the AITF roadshow in the second largest city of Zimbabwe, Bulawayo, His Excellency the Ambassador of Algeria and Zimbabwe encouraging us, the business sector, to collaborate with the Algerian Chamber of Commerce. I think this is a reality. We can start this collaboration from now on. We have gathered here not only to share perspectives, but also to lay the foundation for stronger trade and investment relations between our two countries. The discussions we have held today have reaffirmed the tremendous opportunities that exist in our two countries and presented a roadmap of how to leverage on these opportunities. President spoke about the need to cooperate in all sectors of the economy, and the Chief Executive of Zimtrade, Mr. Alan Majuru, spoke well about the opportunities in Zimbabwe in the mining sector, manufacturing, and also service sector. It is encouraging to see both countries committed to building lasting partnerships. This spirit of collaboration is the true driver of sustainable economic growth in the true spirit of the African Continental Free Trade Area. On behalf of the Zimbabwean delegation and broader Zimbabwean business community, I would like to thank our hosts, the government and private sector of Algeria, for their homely hospitality and commitment to this process. I also extend my gratitude to ambassadors for the two countries for their commitment to growing business relations between Zimbabwe and Algeria. I would also like to thank AfCFTA for their significant role in facilitating events, as well as Zimtrade and the Algerian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this event, and their support in strengthening this important relationship. I attended one session this morning where AfCFTA was talking about the African Trade Gateway, where it's actually an ecosystem where you then meet buyers and suppliers on that platform, and also there's due diligence that is done through Mansa, which is very important because as far as African businesses are concerned, there's been a challenge in terms of trust. How then do you trust a buyer in South Africa or a supplier in South Africa? So I think AfCFTA has done quite very well in terms of creating that infrastructure. We know that the African Continental Free Trade Area has brought about the legislative framework for Africa to trade, but AfCFTA also brought about the issue of making sure that the trade is transparent and effective in both countries, and also introduced the Pan-African payment settlement system, which is quite very exciting settlement system among African countries. As we move forward, let us turn today's conversations into action, joint ventures, investments, and trade flows that will bring tangible benefits to the people of Zimbabwe and Algeria. I wish you fruitful networking in these sessions that follow and continued success in all your engagements. I thank you.
شكرا سيد ستيفان كوبي. وفي الأخير وقبل الانتقال إلى الجلسات الثنائية، نتوجه بخالص الشكر إلى جميع المشاركين في فعاليات المنتدى، ونأمل أن تؤسس هذه الأشغال مرحلة جديدة من التعاون الاقتصادي المثمر بين البلدين. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. المتحدثين في الجلسة الرجاء الانتظار، يوجد هدايا بالنسبة لكم. شكرا. Mr. Stephen Kube. Please join us.